damage scaling has never been this extreme.
Really wanted to like this DLC, but those enemies and boss fights are the worst parts of the whole game. I'm genuinely surprised whoever play tested this approved the Golden Hippo boss fight.
The Golden Hippo boss fight is terrible. It's probably, I would say, I think it's the worst fight that I've done in the DLC. And the reason why, and this is the problem, right, is that the reason why it's bad has nothing to do with the difficulty. It's bad because of the way that the character moves. Like, basically, the main reasons, there's two reasons why the fight is bad. Number one, the boss is too big. Number two, the room is too small, and you get put up against the wall constantly, and you're fighting against the camera. The mechanics for the boss are like, yeah, the delay attacks are really annoying, but it's basically fine. It's the camera. The camera's the real boss. Yeah, that's terrible. It feels awful. It's not the character, not the camera, and you beat it. So, well, what's the logic there? So if I can beat a game, that makes the game good. If I can beat Atari if I can beat ET on Atari, does that mean ET on Atari is good? Think about what you're saying. I think people are so desperate to protect their gaming achievements that they're unwilling to look at anything logically. It's not an achievement that you beat a boss in a video game. It was programmed for you to beat it. Think about it a little bit more, man. Weirdly, I had no issue with the hippo. I just blew right through it. Got leathered by... Yeah, I mean, like, obviously people are going to have trouble with different bosses based off of different builds. But I think that, like, the points of failure can be, like, more and less annoying.
I was able to beat it, but the bosses were so overtuned and aggressive that even being almost maxed out with the scattertree fragments didn't make it any easier. So look, I think people are allowed to have their opinions about this DLC. I think if you're frustrated by certain boss designs and the way they chain their attacks and whatever, that's your opinion to have. That's just not been my experience. If anything, I've been waiting for FromSoft to challenge me all over again. At this point, I've played so many FromSoft games and I've gotten...
I think that it's not really about, like, being challenged. I think that there's, like, a difference and there's, like, a spectrum of being challenged where it's, like, whenever I find that something is, like, so challenging that it's punishing, and it's, like, not fun to do. Like, have you guys ever done a fight or, like... I think I've had this experience a lot with WoW, where, like, whenever I finally kill a raid boss on, like, Mythic, and this is the way I would feel, this is why I stopped raiding, is that I wouldn't feel, like, that exhilaration and happiness. I would just feel relief that it was over. And I think that whenever, like, boss fights in games get so hard, it goes into that category of just relief. Like, thank God this is over.
So good at them that it's gotten rare for me to have a boss fight where I literally, like, I am shaking as I deplete the boss's final bits of health left, and when I do beat the boss, I literally jump out of my seat, trembling, screaming in joy, you know, unconsciously. Just my body and my mind are so hyped about the victory that I've just achieved that I feel this overwhelming sense of joy and adrenaline that followed the hatred that I felt for the boss and the game. Like, that to me is the quintessential FromSoft experience. And
I think that is the experience for sure. But whenever something becomes so challenging that you go past that point, like, I think that's the issue. The guy gets it? Yeah, I mean, like, to me, so whenever a fight gets, like, really, really hard, I feel like the way that I can play the game becomes more limited. So basically, like, the harder something is, the less options you have to solve a problem, right? So, because you can't use those options because they're not optimal. And I think that whenever something becomes so hard that I feel like I have to play in one way, it makes it less enjoyable for me. Because I feel like I am executing effectively like a 3-minute cheat code.
And I've been getting that with this DLC, and yeah, there are moments where I'm like, what the fuck? But I miss that feeling. To give an example...
The only real criticism that I have for the bosses, outside of, like, being big and, like, bad camera angles, I don't even think it's the attack patterns. I just don't like how aggressive they are, because it makes learning to fight really unfun. Because, like, you're constantly trying to run away and, like, heal, but the mob is just, like, pursuing you and attacking you constantly. That's, yeah, you have no time to heal. I don't like that at all. It's just very stressful for me, and it makes learning to fight not enjoyable. Some have no chill. Yeah, they're hyper relentless. Like, yeah, they never stop attacking. And if you go back and you look at the old bosses in the game, none of them were like that, really. And, like, not having that minute to just, like, stop and be like, okay, this is what's going on, it's very stressful. And I don't like that at all. You can't please everyone? Well, I'm not saying, like, I can't speak for everyone. I'm just speaking for myself. I'm saying that, like, the progression for that doesn't feel good to me. No chance to catch your breath? Yeah, exactly. Play games to be stressful? Yeah, like, I don't... Like, and I think this is also, like, just for me, personally. Like, I don't really like playing games that are stressful. And I think that, like, playing baseline Elden Ring wasn't really stressful for me, because it didn't take that long to figure things out, and I could kind of learn at my own pace. Whereas, like, a lot of the DLC bosses are so aggressive and so fast and so aggro that you just have to play perfectly the entire time, and one mistake punishes you into, like, 5 other mistakes, and before you know it, you're dead. They're relentless. Yeah, exactly. It's annoying. Like, it's extremely stressful. And this comes from somebody who's played the game. Like, I've beaten every single FromSoft game. Everything else, just design poorly, combos are chained, you never get to heal, and you never know when you're allowed to attack. Yeah, exactly. So what makes a game stressful? I think that whenever you can't, what do you call it? Whenever you can't, like, stop for a second and get heals, I think that's very annoying. I find it to be annoying, and I don't enjoy that type of gameplay. Remember the birds? Yeah, exactly.
Well, frickin' Renala. I was having a really tough time with this boss battle for some reason. You know, this is essentially a knight mage kind of combo like boss battle. And
Renala, I think, is I don't think Renala did that hardly at all. For example, like, I thought that, like, that boss didn't do it at all. I thought that boss was fine. That boss was a great boss.
I tend to be pretty good at those particular fights where it's just an enemy swinging swords around, but just there's something about her attack patterns, the range of her attacks, and the way she weaves around the field that was just so...
Well, the problem also is that... So, I haven't been able to, like, really fully figure this out, but I think that... So, do you know that there's, like, a flame attack combo that Mesmer does, where it's, like, 2 impales, and then there's, like, a fire attack, and then there's, like, a side swipe. I think that if you attack him after the side swipe, he can input read you, which will cause him to do a second attack, which will be a fire spear impale. I don't know if that's an input read or not, but it certainly feels like it. Yeah, Mesmer's amazing fight. Yeah, you attack after the impale. Right, but, like, that's not always, because other times he'll do the side swipe and then he'll stop attacking. I actually thought Renala was the worst boss in DLC personally. Yeah, I like this boss the most. I thought this was the best boss.
Difficult to wrap my head around, and with my present build and level of Erdtree blessings, I was just being one-shot by some of her attacks, which just made it very difficult to advance. And so I decided to adjust my playstyle. I decided to kill her by parrying her from beginning to end. Learn her attacks so well that I could parry her attacks before she could start swinging around. And that is precisely what I did, motherfuckers.
Oh yeah, S-Fan's doing that. Pretty good.
I was so satisfied and so overjoyed by the fact that I managed to pull this off. Like, I
think that what he's saying is actually really true. And I think that, like, so his enthusiasm about it is why I think From Software games are so good. And the reason why I think he feels so good about it is because he decided to do that. Like, he decided to change his playstyle and do something different that gave him an advantage and let him solve a problem. And I think that's why, for example, people like the games. Because you can effectively turn on an easy mode in the game, but it feels like you've earned that easy mode because you have, like, almost, like, discovered it, if that makes sense.
So good at pairing in Sekiro, but pairing in sort of Dark Souls and Elden Ring, it's not as effective. But I decided, let's go back to Sekiro days and try pairing out. And when I did accomplish that, it took, you know, a couple hours of really learning, well, like 2 hours of learning her attacks before I got really good at it. But once I got good at it, I felt like a freaking god. And there comes a point where you fought a boss so many times. And
somebody says he refused to adapt, which many players are not willing to do. The reason why a lot of players aren't willing to adapt is because of the way the game is designed. So there are two things that kind of lock you into, like, you only have a certain amount of respecs, and respecs have, like, a cost to them. And also, you can only...
Hey! Hey!
fully upgrade one weapon at a time. Larval tiers, exactly. So because you are not able to infinitely respec and you're not able to fully upgrade a weapon, you can upgrade it to a +9, or you can upgrade it to a +24, but you can't do a +25 or a +10 for obviously regular weapons and somber weapons as well. So I think the reason why players are less willing to change their build in a game like Elden Ring is because they're punished for doing so. And doing so is an opportunity cost. So, and I think that you can contrast this, for example, with Armored Core 6, where I think that changing build was just the norm at that point. So, like, for example, whenever I changed my build in Armored Core, everything became easy. So I think that's the difference. And basically, if you have a system that punishes you for adapting, then you should expect people not to adapt. It's pretty simple, right? I mean, because people don't want to get punished.
I've seen their attacks so many times, where everything just kind of clicks. There comes that moment where you recognize that you are the one, and you start the freaking Matrix. You understand everything that's happening in the boss battle. You understand every attack that's coming, and at that point, it just becomes about allowing your muscles to adapt to what your mind knows, so that you can just perfect your run and be able to just play this against this boss battle, be able to fight against this boss battle perfectly. And that's what happened with Renala. And when I, beat her with bated breath, with that sliver of health left, having to be patient, wait for her attack so I can pair her before I go in for final kill. Oh my God, like the feeling, I hadn't gotten that in a while, and I loved it.
One thing that I'll say with Elden Ring is that whenever I've criticized other games like Lords of the Fallen or Lies of P or Dark Souls 2, a lot of the points of criticism that I have are things like bad animation, bad reads, like bad input reading, or bad hitboxes, for example, right? I don't think that Elden Ring has any of those problems, and I think that every single boss that I've done, when I get hit by something, I like maybe one time, it's like, oh, I shouldn't have got hit by that. But for the most part, every single thing has been perfect. It's not an issue of bad design. It's just an issue of it being extremely punishing and very hard. Even the hippo? I don't really know. I feel like, yeah, the hippo is... what is the attack? Or like, I guess maybe the porcupine slam that he does in the air. I don't know how to dodge that. But I only did it like maybe 3 times. Because I killed the boss really fast. But like the actual boss's animations and his hitbox, I think was totally fine. Like if I fought that hippo out in the open world, and I couldn't use torrent, obviously, I think it would have been a great boss. The grab's inconsistent and weird. Oh, you're right. The grab is bad. That's actually not... Yeah, you're right. The grab is bad. Because I remember I did roll out of it and I got hit by it too.
I hated it, don't get me wrong, for a bit, because there came a point where, I was this close, and my mind just goes into panic mode where I'm like, oh my God, I have this much health left, and now I gotta go in for the kill. But then that's when I fuck up the most. And so there were a couple times where I'm like, I had it. I just had to like do one more strike and she would have been dead, and then she killed me because I panicked. Yeah. And so eventually I learned to relax when I have that sliver of health left.
I almost had that happen
I was in full control of that final run when I finally did beat her. And it was just the best feeling. And to me, I think that's what Miyazaki's trying to push the boundaries of, because he knows.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that's a good thing. In my opinion, the Relnala whatever fight, I think that's the easiest fight that I've done. I don't know why so many people are saying that she's really hard. Bro, the grab is not inconsistent though. But you can check my VOD, and there were a couple of times where I rolled out of it and then it teleported my character inside of his mouth. I think it was like the first or second attempt that I did. You staggered her during phase 2 and skipped most of the phase? Exactly, right? And so, like, that's why I thought it was easy. So you can try that. I didn't like the fight at all. Unlike the moon explosions, the coolest part of the fight. Yeah, for sure.
Players have gotten so good at his games that he needs to push the boundaries further to give them that feeling again. And I got that feeling again. So I, for one, am all about this. But I get that maybe not everyone is. But for those players, there are ashes. You got the summons that you can bring into the field. And there are summons. Before every major boss battle, I've seen essentially the golden signs on the floor that allows you to summon an NPC character to fight alongside you. And you can also summon an ash. So that can significantly lower the difficulty if you prefer to just kind of push along and not be,
I thought about making doing a DLC run after I finish the game, and doing a game run, the whole game, where I will not cast a single attack, and I have everybody else do everything for me. Like an actual pacifist run. And I see how fucking far can I get.
Hardcore FromSoft player like me who will not beat a major boss battle with a summon. I want to do it by myself and try and find myself, and that's what I ended up doing. And funny enough, I actually beat Renala, the second major boss, first before I beat the divine dancing lion beast, because he was just one-shotting me so much. And so I decided to save that for later, explore, find a bunch of scatter tree fragments, and then beat the second boss first. I went back to the lion, and he was still one-shotting me, so I decided to redo my build, and I decided to put more points into vigor, and decided to equip certain talismans that would reduce the damage of some of his attacks. And once I like puzzle this out, I beat him a lot more easily. And
yeah, I didn't think the lion was that hard. Like, I had a really hard time doing the second version of the lion, but that's because I was fighting him in a place that wasn't his arena. I think that whenever you're fighting the lion in the arena, I don't really think it's that bad. And I think the reason why a lot of people, like, as soon as you realize the way that some of the mechanics on that fight worked, it becomes extremely easy to do. Right? And you can take, actually, that's not true. It's that the lion actually has, out of any of the main bosses, the lion has by far, like, probably 2 or 3x the amount of time that he's vulnerable. It's just that the vulnerability phases happen at places that I think that many players don't immediately intuitively understand. Like, for example, like, whenever he goes up in the air and he's, like, in the air and then he dashes down, if you go underneath him in the air, he won't hit you with that. And then you don't have to worry about that or the headbutt, because that's what the one-shot was, right? Is that how many of you guys fought the lion, and, like, the lion, did you fight the second lion? I did. It was a motherfucker. But, like, that's because I was fighting him in a weird arena. It was hard to see what was going on. But, yeah, the camera's stun-locked. Yeah, the camera is really bad, but the boss isn't. The boss is, like, fine. I think that one thing that I don't like about combo attacks, and some games and some bosses have this, and I think that Elden Ring, like the new DLC, has it a little bit, is that when one combo hit causes you to get hit by like 3 or 4 other combo hits. I find that to be very frustrating, because it's like, not only am I being punished, but I'm being punished 5 times. Like, the lion comes down and he slams you, and then it's like, okay, you get hit by that, and then he does like the rock thing, and then your character's dead, and it's like, fuck, right? So it's like, at that point, like, why not just kill me on the first attack? It feels awful. So you have no poise, got it? No, I'm gonna ban you for that comment, because that's not the way the game works. So basically, so the way poise works in the game, this is gonna be an education for you, so you know, don't leave just quite yet. So basically, if you have enough poise, it takes a knockdown and it turns it into a stagger. And if you have enough poise, it takes a stagger and it turns it into just a hit. So basically, if I had not enough poise, it would actually cause me to get knocked down, which would mean that I wouldn't be killed. So it's that middle ground, actually, that's the problem. So yeah, people just don't understand the game. And I want to say that, like, this is another issue, right? Is that a lot of the people that are, like, know-it-alls and, like to talk shit about people playing the game, they don't even understand the way the game works.
And I fought him, and the battle felt a lot easier. So there's also that element of this game being so expansive in its freedom and in how you can build your character, that you can really, really kind of figure things out as well, and kind of put things into your advantage, or a little more advantageous than the battle would otherwise be.
Yeah.
And so it's just that combination of, like, you know, giving me that sense of, you gotta get good, and you gotta, like, do it over and over again until you start seeing the Matrix, combined with, you got all this free...
I think that's definitely true, and I felt that way fighting that Midra boss, definitely. I think that the real conversation isn't really about that, it's about whether that process feels good to do. And I would say that with bosses that are, like, super punishing and hyper aggressive, it feels a lot worse to go through that process, especially whenever they have, like, 6-hit combos.
To be able to, like, play around with, to make the battle a little easier, to be able to tune things how you like, and to be able to find the right build that's just right for this boss battle. So I don't know about you, but that's the experience I got, and it gave me this great sense of satisfaction of, like, I did this, you know, and I figured this out. I got good. I used my knowledge and skills to be able to overcome this seemingly insurmountable wall. And if that's...
I think that's the reason why the games are so popular. He's totally right about this. He's absolutely right. And I think that that's why the games are really fun, And I think that whenever you make a boss that's like extremely, extremely hard, it's harder for you to take advantage of those other tools, or you feel like you have to take advantage of those other tools. So it's kind of like a weird parallel to this is like classic WoW raiding, is that it doesn't really matter like what you bring to a classic WoW raid. You're going to clear the raid anyway because it's very easy. But the harder you make a fight, the more class stacking you have to have, the more, you know, of like uniform gameplay you have to have. You said it's too hard, like WoW? Yeah, I did. And so I think that the issue is that it's meta, right? Yeah, and like the harder the fight is, the more people are going to try to go after a meta. I think that really, and this is like, again, a personal opinion, is that I think that it's dumb the way that weapon upgrades and the respecs work. And I think that psychologically, knowing that you only have a limited amount of respecs causes people to not want to adapt because they're worried of, oh, what if I have to use it later? That's the way that I feel, right? How many of you guys are the kind of people that you collect all of these things to save them for later and then you beat the game? It's very limiting concerning the amount of options. Exactly, right? Like rune arcs, where you can farm more rune arcs, to be fair. So, like, I think that that's also a big issue because, like, what he's saying is true, and I like the idea of changing your build, trying a new strategy, and using it, and it works. Like, that's clearly what I did yesterday. It worked really fucking well. So, I wish they just gave you another option to get more of those items, to just farm them out. I hate changing builds. I would like it a lot more if there was no opportunity cost of it. It's annoying. Yeah. People are so used to the legacy upgrade system at this point. I wouldn't mind them changing it in the next game. Yeah. Like, and I feel that way with new weapons, right? Because I don't want to use a new weapon because then I have to full upgrade that weapon. And I know that there will be an opportunity cost of doing that. But I hated the smithing stones? Yeah, yeah. And again, that's just, I think that again, like, it's a psychological thing. So, like, there's not really a right and a wrong for this. So, like, if people are saying, like, oh, I don't feel this way, that's fine. But that's the way that it makes me feel. And it makes me feel like I don't want to take it. I don't want to take a risk and change something.
my blade once more.
Because I don't know if it will be worse or not.
What Miyazaki was going for my part, I think he achieved it. I, for one, am really happy with what this DLC has provided because it, for me personally, was exactly what I was looking for. As for what Miyazaki has said about the difficulty, he, in an interview, straight up said that he knows the game is too difficult, but lowering the difficulty, in his opinion, would break the game itself. Speaking to The Guardian, he said if we really wanted the whole world to play the game, we could just crank the difficulty down more and more, but that wasn't the right approach. Had we taken that approach, I don't think the game would have done what it did, because the sense of achievement that players gain from overcoming these hurdles is such a fundamental part of the experience. I agree with this. I used to be very intimidated by FromSoft games before it finally clicked and I got into them.
I think he's right. I mean, again, the only thing I'd want to see is just getting a little bit more wiggle room in fights for, like, being able to heal. That's the only thing that I genuinely, like, really annoys me. Everything else is pretty much fine. And a camera, right? But, like, that's not really difficulty, right? He didn't, it's not like he programmed the game for the camera to do that.
And yeah, I just thought, like, why make it this hard? It's difficulty for the sake of difficulty. But once I understood the sense of fulfillment of, like, just trial and error until your brain adapts so well, like the human capability, the brain's capability to adapt to situations is insane. And when you get to that level of almost being just like a freaking pro at each of these boss battles, it is such a good feeling. You'd feel so godlike, and not many games out there provide that sense. He says turning down the difficulty would strip the game of that joy, which in my eyes would break the game itself. Again, this is not necessarily for everyone, and that's okay, but it is for me, man. And I think it is also for a lot of people. I want to be pushed. I want to be challenged now that I'm so deep into these FromSoft games. So I, for one, like, totally get what Miyazaki is going for with this game. But Miyazaki also highlighted that there are ways to make the game easier. If that's the approach you want to take, the amount of freedom.
Oh, there's so many ways that you can do this. Yeah. Like, that's the thing, is that, like, Elden Ring, even, like, with the DLC, I guarantee you, like, whenever I fought that one boss, what was it? I don't even remember her name. Who cares what her fucking name is? The Scarlet Rot boss. Who gives a fuck? Killed her in the first try was a joke. There will always be a way to kill every boss in these games with absolutely zero skill. You could be fucking blind and do it. You just have to figure out what the right options are.
We've given players helps offset that difficulty curve and makes the game more accessible and engaging. If you want to go for that mage build who can Kamehameha his way through bosses with the combination of the physiques and the talismans that allow you to do a Kamehameha for a while without wasting mana or FP or whatever, like, you can do that. If you want to cheese your way through the game, you can do that. That's within your prerogative, and that's something you figured out, so that's still a victory for you.
Yeah, I think that's the main point, is that personally, this is the way that I feel about summons, is that I don't like the idea of the expectation to be to use summons, because I feel like using a summon isn't something that I've, like, earned as a player. It's like I didn't figure this out. It's like just this tool that I can use that makes the fight way easier. It doesn't feel satisfying to use it and to know that you've accomplished something with it, because it feels closer to like a open your menu, turn down the difficulty setting, more than, like, let's say, like, figuring out a new build. Like, the reason why Yang is enjoying this so much, he had so much fun, is because he figured it out, right? Like, it's like he earned the ability to take advantage of this tool, versus, like, with summons and things like that, you didn't really earn this ability. It's just like an option in the game that makes it way easier. So I think that's the big difference between, like, changing a build versus, like, using a summon or something like that. At least that's the way that I feel about it. You start the game with summons, do you get in the game? Both.
Because you came up with this idea.
This is just you? Really? Yeah, I don't know. That's the way that I feel. That's the point, though. If the game's too hard, there are options to make it easier. Yeah, I understand that. But, like, in taking advantage of those options, if you feel like you don't have, like, you didn't earn that option, the accomplishment of beating the boss doesn't feel as good, naturally. Whereas if you feel like you did earn the option, it feels better.
Yeah, and, you know, you executed on it, and you use the game's mechanics to overcome obstacles that the game set before you, seemingly insurmountable obstacles. But then there are those bosses that will just be pains in the freaking asses, and you just have to get good at them, and that's what FromSoft games have been since the beginning. You know, that's what Soulsborne has been.
I think that he's right. The concern that I have is that I'm worried that, and I don't know, like, all the DLC has been harder, but I would say that the measure of difficulty with, like, the Elden Ring base bosses versus the DLC is several orders of magnitude higher than any other From Software DLC at all. Like, I don't think that I've ever seen, like, any difficulty that much, like, anymore. It's, like, way, way, way higher. And so what ends up happening is that I worry that if they keep designing the game, hard disagree. I'm sorry, but Mesmer is, like, way fucking harder than anything in the base game. It's not even close. So Millennia's harder? I don't think she is. Personally, I don't think so at all. I think Millennia's harder than Mesmer? I don't think so. Either way, I do think the DLC is way, way harder. And I do worry about, because this is what happened with WoW, is that, and this is one of the things that I've always, like, praised Elden Ring about, is that Elden Ring was getting released into a community of people that had already played mods and every single one of their games 5 ways through, and they knew everything about the game. But Elden Ring still wasn't a really, like, particularly super challenging game for those people, because it was made for a mainstream audience. And I think that once you start designing a game and making content for the game for, like, that super hardcore audience, then the audience starts to get smaller, because it becomes harder for newer players to get into the game because of how punishing it is. and the fact that it's being designed for that larger group of people. It's like Mythic, and this is what happened with like Mythic rating and WoW, is that you have like the online community of people that their ego and like sense of self-worth is tied up with how fast they can kill a boss in a video game. And they want to have that be reinforced. They want that to be the focus of the game. They want to see harder bosses, longer bosses, more punishing bosses, like more mythic raids. So like what ends up happening is that as that goes on, the difficulty skill gap between like an average player and like a hardcore player gets larger, because average players are coming into the game and they're basically the same skill level that you would have been whenever you played Dark Souls 1 for the first time, right? Because like they're a new player, same as you're a new player. It's just that they're a new player 10 years later. So, but whenever they're a new player coming into this game that's designed on 10 years of context and gameplay, then think about how much harder it is for them to overcome that. And that's the problem that I have with like making the game, like making these games like a lot harder, is that I think that the reason why games like Elden Ring and why Dark Souls, why they're such great games, I think that the community is stupid for thinking that they're hard. I do. I think that they're stupid, because the reason why these games were successful and great was never because they were hard. There are way more games that are way harder than Dark Souls. But it's not about being hard. It's about being fulfilling and rewarding. And I think that should be the focus more than difficulty. I think that difficulty makes things more rewarding, but it's not like if Melania did twice as much damage, she'd be twice as good of a boss. So I think that the problem is like whenever you talk about difficulty in boss fights and in video games, there's so much of people's ego that gets caught up in the difficulty conversation that you can't accurately have it without having a tremendous amount of dishonesty. Because people are, it's like it turns into an insult. It turns into, oh, you're bad, or oh, this is overpowered, or this is too hard. And nobody actually looks at what the boss does and how it behaves and whether this behavior is fun to overcome or not. Because I think that a lot of times people that play games, they view being able to beat the game as basically like a proof that the game is good, or that the game is not bad. But the truth is that people can speedrun any game and beat it pretty much hitless, and it's not a big deal, but that does not make the game good. And so like somebody being able to overcome a design that's like unfun doesn't make the design good. It just means that you can beat it. Like I beat Dark Souls 2. I don't think it's a very well designed game. I beat a lot of mythic raids in WoW. I don't think they're very fun. So it's like the difference between like playing something and feeling fulfilled for it versus playing something and, just being able to beat it. I think that people look at beating it as like an accomplishment, and this is, again, I think this is like a certain degree of like gamer delusion, where it's like the boss is programmed to lose, right? It's like it's programmed for you to beat it. It's just, you input the codes, you do these attacks, you do this thing, and the boss dies, right? And I think that people take that too seriously, and they treat it like it's like they actually accomplish something. Where it's like, I think that getting an ego from video game accomplishments is kind of a dangerous thing. Because whenever you're getting an ego from a video game accomplishment, it's like you're basically priding yourself on being able to do something that was programmed for you to be able to do it. I find it to be a bad thing. So that's the way that I feel about with some of the boss fights. And I don't think that, like, again, I think that the DLC is great. I think it's great DLC. But I think that the way that some of the boss fights are designed, it doesn't feel fun to progress on them. It doesn't mean I can't beat them. But for me, it doesn't feel good to progress. That's the way that I feel. That's only you? Well, it's clearly not, though, right? Because that's why it has mixed reviews. Because if it was only me, then it wouldn't have that. A lot of people are saying this.
Demon Souls, and it's like, of course, they have to just up the ante with every new entry because, players are just getting better and better and better. But
yeah, I really hope they don't do that, by the way. They should never do that. Because players are getting better, but those players will always find ways to add difficulty into the game by doing challenge runs, whereas the average player, it just becomes more and more inaccessible. I worry about that with a lot of games, where like games, like once games build a big fan base, then the fan base wants the game to continue growing with the fan base in terms of skill level, and then eventually the difference between a new player and an average player, or like a, you know, an experienced player, is like so big it's like insurmountable. So people don't want to try it anymore. Are you the average player? No, I'm not. I played all the games. I no, absolutely not. I'm talking about for like average. Like I think WoW is probably the best example. Elden Ring is not the same as a WoW experience. In Elden Ring, you could literally set the bar for difficulty, either going to Moon route or going to Summoning route. Yeah, that's true, but understanding what that bar is easier to intuit in Dark Souls 1 than it is in the Elden Ring DLC. And the difference between those two things is a lot more substantial. That's the point.
Elden Ring, more than any other FromSoft game, lets you kind of go crazy and experiment and do things that, you know, might break the game and might allow you to just breeze through it. But hey, if you figured it out, then that's your victory. So yeah, look, Miyazaki, he's a sadistic son of a gun, but he is creating a very specific type of experience, and I can respect that personally, and he's exactly appealing to what I want from new entries and new additions to the FromSoft array of games and DLCs. This is the guy who, when it comes to freaking poison swamps areas in Elden Ring, he said, I might have gone a little too far with the base game. So instead, for Shadow of the Erdtree, he imagined different ways I want to die, and in turn for the players to die. This is who we're talking about. It's like, what else are you expecting from a DLC for Elden Ring? Of course, he was gonna push the ante. Like, I'm not surprised that the game is this hard personally. But for some, they're like, he's crossed the line too much, and I don't want any part of this. And if that's you, look, that's okay. But
I think people have to decide like what they want to do with the game, and it's like obviously that depends. I just hope that I wish that the From Software, like the Soulsborne community, could have a more honest conversation about what they like and don't like about boss fights without it turning into an ego competition. Because I feel like you can't ever have a conversation that's honest about difficulty in the game without people resorting to insults. And I think it's a problem because, like, obviously you see a lot of new games come out that are like trying to emulate Dark Souls, whether it's Anotria, Lies of P, Lords of the Fallen, Mortal Shell, Another Crab's Treasure. All of these games are basically like Dark Souls, right? They pretty much are. They function the same way. And I love these games. They're my favorite kind of games. They absolutely are. So, you know, I'm obviously advocating. I wish that people could talk about them and have conversations about them without letting their ego get involved.
I'm down with this, man. I'm fine with being stuck on a boss until I just figure it out, or just being able to take a break from that boss and go out and explore, because the open world itself has so much freaking content and density and substance that you can take a break from those very difficult boss battles and just kind of do what's out there and find some of those mini bosses that are easier to fight. So apparently the Black Jail Knight is a boss that's giving a lot of people a lot of trouble. I don't know. That's not been my experience. I killed him, I think, in like the first.
The Black Jail Knight? Who's that? That was a boss? Okay. Yeah. No, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, he's the guy that drops you the silent armor and the sword. And he has the great sword, and he does the jump attack, and then the side swipe. Yeah.
The tries?
Yeah.
I'm using the backhand blades. I don't know if that weapon's just really good against the Black Jail Knight, but I killed him very quickly. So a lot of people are having trouble with this one and putting all kinds of memes up on the internet about him. I had literally no trouble with him, but everyone's experience is going to be different based on what their builds are, what their weapons of choice are, just what their play style is and how they go about it. You know, and that's the beautiful thing about Elden Ring, is just how open and flexible it is, and its difficulty and challenge is what makes it quintessential.
I don't think there was anything wrong with that boss, to be honest with do. The only criticism I have for the bosses, really, it's not. I just think that they should give you a little bit more time to heal because it's harder to learn to fight whenever you just get killed and you can't actually heal. That's the only real thing that I don't like. Other than that, like, the damage, I think is like, yeah, it's super fucking high. It's insanely fucking high. But if you could step back and heal, you could learn it more easily. That's it. Everything else I'm fine with.
Essential FromSoft, it's what's gonna put you in that almost like abusive relationship of hating this freaking game until you love it so freaking much, and that overcomes the hate because that sense of satisfaction is everything. That's my take on this at the very least. Let me know what you think. If you played Shadow of the Erdtree, are you finding the difficulty of Shadow of the Erdtree to be too much, or is this precisely what the doctor ordered for you, like it was for me? And what's your general experience of this DLC? Like, are you enjoying it in general? Do you think that this is a well-crafted DLC? I think this DLC is freaking awesome. But that's just me. Share your thoughts in the comments below, and to be further updated on all things gaming news, reviews, and discussions, stay tuned right here on Young Yeah. I'll see you guys next time. Young Yeah.
I think that it's almost undeniable that the DLC is at least a 9 out of 10, and if not a 10 out of 10. It absolutely is. It's basically like Elden Ring. Like, the DLC is larger than Dark Souls 1, and it's probably also even larger than Dark Souls 3. It's massive, right? Not a 10. I do think they overshot the difficulty. And I know that some people might be unhappy about that, but I do genuinely think they overshot the difficulty. And I think that they made a mistake by designing it to counter people overloving. I don't think that was necessary. I feel like it probably would have been better without the tree upgrades. That's my opinion. Thanks to you, Del Nerf. Great. Thanks to me. Thanks to me? What do you mean? Everything is easier. This is my opinion. Yeah, then there's literally no progression. Well, you could get better weapons. I feel like the kind of people, like, here's the thing. If you say there's no progression, and the idea of 8 new weapon classes isn't progression for you, come on. What do you mean? Was there a problem for any other Souls game? Yeah, exactly. Like, this has been the case. Yeah, every other one's been like that. Thanks for ruining the game. They probably assumed that since it's been out for so long, everybody will be level 800 by now. No, yeah, I wish that I overleveled. I do. I completely wish that I overleveled. And the reason why is actually because it has nothing to do with, it has nothing to do with anything else other than the fact that I want to use Mesmer's Spear. And I wish that I had gotten more levels in the DLC earlier so I could use more weapons without having to level up my stats for them. Like, I wish I got to, like, level 400 or 500 or something like that. That's the only thing. Other games that have Mode Palace? Mode Palace is extremely good. There was another method in the game besides Mode Palace. In other games, it's like super not as good. I do think that you're right that Mode Palace is probably the best. Well, no, because I feel like in Bloodborne, people would do that run leading up to Margot's Wet Nurse, where it's like you killed the 2 pigs and then the shadows would burn them, and then you would reset. I feel like that's almost as good as Mode Palace. Like, yeah, doing that run exactly, yeah. More effort, though? It's definitely way more effort. You're right about that. Scanture trees are a great idea. You got exploration, check every corner inch of the map, and make sure you weren't rushing from boss to boss. I don't know. I feel like if they had just made those weapons, like, I still would have explored the map. Yeah, I don't know. That's the way that I feel. Moog Palace with Sacred Greatsword is so quick. I actually thought about doing that. Yeah, I was gonna do that myself and get that Greatsword so I could level up. because I think it scales with like faith, because that's you need the Elden Beast thing, and it does like the really big golden wave, right? Back? Yeah, no, I'm gonna play more today. I would have watched more videos. I just want to play the game, bro. I just want to play the game.
Rise and shine, old man. Rise and shine. Wake up. Wake up, man.
Sleep is very important. Trust me. But for combat, it's kinda known to be unstoppable. Or completely useless.
Why won't you?
So let's see if sleep builds work. Or if you should just sleep on them. Oof, my back. So, there's two types of sleep. Deep sleep. That lasts 1 minute. This often exposes weak points.
And you attack its weak point for massive damage.
Although, they are sometimes unmarked. As for anything kinda human, regardless of size, stab 'em. For good measure.
Oh, my back!
And a mini sleep. That staggers. Some last a really long time. The stagger might seem inferior, since you can't riposte anything. But luckily, many humans can be backstabbed.
My back!
Sadly, it doesn't work on players. Or those immune to backstabs for no reason.
Is this too easy for you?
No, it's way too hard. Weren't you listening? God damn it. Interestingly, most enemies actually close their eyes. Although it's sometimes real hard to see. It's a nice touch. These often differ from idle sleep animations. I wonder what he's up to. Oh yeah. Starting a sleep build is real easy. Select the prisoner and the stone sword key. The pot recipe is found early game, southwest of Summon Water Village. Make sure to approach from below. And from Summon Water Village, Saint Trina's sword is found right down the road.
Right down the road!
At the Forsaken Ruins. And by picking the prisoner, he'll have the stats for it already. Then just hit up easy.
I help anytime.
For them easy somber stones. Congrats. It's really that easy. That's more or less everything. There's only like 6 sleep sources.
Jealous?
Ignore him. Trina's torch, while it's pretty lit, is found real late game in a troll caravan. Somewhere. But the Arrow and Grease cookbook is sold just outside Hogwarts.
Welcome.
He even sells some other sleep goodies, including the uncraftable sleep arrows. Nice. They're pretty damn good. But to put it into context, we need to talk. Sleep resistance. Here we go. So, now that we got our sleep sources, how much sleep do we really need? Well, it's 8 hours. The real answer depends on the monster. True, for both beasts and trolls, they can generally be slept in a single hit.
Come here, I'm gonna kick your ass. I'm gonna kick it harder if you don't come over. What the? Propane.
But it's much more common for them to have between 100 and 300 sleep resist. The majority of sleepable enemies are in those groups. When over 300, you're entering the mini-boss domain. And anything after that really doesn't want to go to bed, even with a bedtime story. Read by Sleepy Will Jackson.
You're cozy and warm in your bed, my dear. The flowers doze low in the meadows, and high on the mountains so steep. It's been 38 minutes already. Jesus Christ, what the fuck? Go to fucking sleep.
Malika is the most sleep-resistant dude in the entire game. Thankfully.
Hey. Hey.
His sleep resist doesn't increase each time he is slept. Yeah, that's a thing. Other monsters will have a value added, depending on their sleep tier. It only adds the current number in the sequence. And some tiers have smaller sequences. The final step is always extreme.
Enough is enough! I have had it with these motherfucking snakes on this motherfucking plane!
There's 8 tiers. Most things are dead already before the big jumps. Those tiers are basically linked to what hundreds bracket they are within. Don't overthink this. For most enemies, it's just an extra hit or two. Simple. Well, now you mention it. Enemies also get a tiny boost to base resist depending on their location.
Hey! Hey!
But you can basically ignore this, unless they are inhaling tree. Wow. Here's how you get him to fall asleep. And for better sleep, don't bother remembering everything that sleeps. Instead, knowing what's immune to sleep is real easy. It's anything made of stone. Things made with steel. And forget about all dragons. My balls. All but one seat. I guess these dudes count as zombies. Must be dead tired. And you can't sleep. Nightmares. Oh,
I dreamt
no.
for so long. My flesh was dull gold, and my blood rotted. Corpse after corpse left in my wake. As I awaited his return. Heed my words. I am Melania, Blade of Mikola. And I have never known defeat.
If it's called a spirit, then don't bother. I almost thought I messed up. But some blue dudes are actually puppets. Not blue player type phantoms. Just like the ones you can summon. Very cool. They take this bit of spirit lore damn seriously. I was really impressed.
No, I don't want that.
Until they forgot about Godfrey. What? And just forget about anything linked to madness. This is because deepest floor. But that's enough theory. You finally know enough for. Give me a sec. The super detailed, highly technical, don't fall asleep, oh now sleep tier review. Let's roll. I hope you're wide awake, since this is the deepest sleep tool. So to begin, what does Sleep 66 even mean? It means you do 66 on every hit, no matter the move, charged or not, jump or stand, run or roll. If you did or didn't pay your taxes. And even backstabs and riposts. This makes the maths real easy. It's like 4-ish, right?
Well, actually... 66 goes into 235, 3.56060606 times. But yes, we need to round up to 4 for the sleep. Are you snoring?
Oh hey. Don't sleep on the weapon art. Mists of Slumber. It's very cheap to use, spammable, and deals a whopping 156 sleep. It has surprising range, lingers, and is even floral scented. Anyways, I'm sure you noticed that your blade is now purple.
We had to talk to you about your light color, your lightsaber color.
Oh, well, good guys are green and blue, bad guys are red. That's just the way it works.
There's no purple left?
You might get purple.
Sweet. It lasts for a respectable 30 seconds.
God damn it.
While buffed this way, your buffed hits do an extra 20 sleep damage. Not bad for a 3 bonus. And the buff even works if you get interrupted. Now scene transition quickly, please. And best of all 3 can stack together for an incredible 242. Wow. Incredible! People are really sleeping on this move. Even if you have no interest in sleep builds. This is a useful sidearm for certain monsters, even if it's not upgraded. Upgrades only improve damage, and never the sleep values. And you don't even need to pre-arm it. The buff damage is applied on cast. So thanks Miyazaki for the easy sleep.
Thanks, old man.
This means you can insta-sleep. Anything in the first 20 minutes of my grandson's video.
Thanks, old man.
The only thing better is 2 of them. Sadly, it's kinda nerfed. And doesn't do double damage. But before you rush out to New Game Plus, I can't recommend 2. Even with the double buff dual combo, for an insane 153 per hit. This is because it got patched up real bad. Bro, that's only slightly better than solo sleep damage. We can thank Bleed Builds for this.
The sweet blood. Oh, it sings to me. It's enough to make a man sick.
Is what I would say, if it didn't suck already. Dual hits are exactly that. 2 hits. so often, you will wake up the enemy instantly. Some moves are obvious to avoid, like the double pokes. It makes the sleep build pointless. Even using the safer moves can wake them instantly. For some enemies, the safer moves can work, but it's a big risk most of the time. So, before I put this into S tier, I gotta break the bad news to you. Again. All sleep can be easily cancelled. There's no inbuilt protection. But on the bright side, sleep debt is always owed. No matter what. It's bedtime.
What the dog doing?
Sleep only happens in idle animations. This is why you gotta wait them out. While it might sound bad, this can be abused. Exploit lengthy animations for free damage. And since you know animations are queued, use this time to buff, or simply restore stamina. And when you master sleep, you will be able to sleep, stun, chain enemies. Overall, I must award it S tier for Sleep God.
Thou hast summoned.
Speaking of which,
Oh no.
the one with the deepest lore.
The carvings depict St. Trina, but in the adult form, somewhat unnervingly.
And despite having better sleep build up, I wouldn't recommend this. The light moveset is actually pretty good. It's got some fast moves. Just don't bother with the heavy moveset. It's too slow for no extra sleep build-up. It scales with faith, unlike the sword's intelligence. Stat-wise, it also deals fire damage. This surprised me, since unlike other torches, it can't burn enemies scared of flames.
No! It burns!
Good. The weapon art is Mists of Slumber. It's cheap to use, and despite how it looks, it deals no damage. And since it has no armor frames, it can be interrupted easily. It's pretty hard to use. Sleep-wise, it does a total of about 150 sleep. Not bad. It can do an extra 100 on bigger enemies. And those lingering flames are not for show. While hard to use, it deals an average of 45 sleep a second. Overall, it kinda sucks. And you can't even backstab or power stance with torches either. It's so disappointing. So let me show you. A secret move. I call it the pink eye. You can apply poison and rot via rot pots without waking the enemy. Just don't choose the dragon rot spells. That takes the prank too far.
Come on, I don't have all day.
It does have just one downside. The sleep indicator disappears. This also mutes the audio cue as well. Oh dear. All in all, I'd have to rank it D for disco mode. Oh yeah. Next up. One of the two scaling sleepers. It scales with the arcane stat. It's cheap to use, spammable, and legal in 24 states. For most builds, it's a real easy 400 sleep. That's enough to sleep most things in just one go. And it scales very well with your pro throwing skill. The radius is surprisingly deceptive. And it's great for sleepovers. Yes. Sweet dreams. And it's useful at all stages of the game. And because it lingers, you can double sleep the mini sleepers, since it gets to work again immediately. As for crafting, beyond the cracked pot, you just need a mushroom and one lily. Mushrooms are found everywhere, but are best farmed here, at the village of the Albinotics. Trina's lilies are a bit more rare, but still pretty obtainable. There's around 100 in the world, 6 of which are sold in shops. They tend to be found in interesting locations, or around cool monsters. They're fun to find. The only downside is that rarity. Once plucked, they never, ever respawn. Thankfully, there are ways to farm unlimited amounts.
I'm in danger!
This chapel is the easiest place to farm them clean rot nights. You'll have a lily before you know it. I'm sure it's here somewhere. This shouldn't take long.
Welcome back, brave adventurers, to the time-honored tradition of the Soul Series farming quest. He even enabled drop rate hacks. I think he's getting Dark Souls 3 flashbacks. This can't be good.
You will witness true
Finally. Brah. What kind of swamp-loving sicko designed this drop rate?
I told you before. Stay out of my swamp.
Another post-game location. But the jellies are better already. 13% of the world's lilies supply is found here. Oh. And the drop rate is a much more respectable 8%. Nice. The grace is super close too. Overall, I would have to rate them A tier. While they are S tier versus bosses, they are a real pain in the ass to farm. Best to leave that to the sweaty tryhards. Speaking of which...
My God, you're greasy.
Hey, it's me, Grease-san. Old man didn't want to touch this since he prefers to use pot instead. This involves questionable PvP, and he said it hurts when he pees. Anyways, there's two types of grease. Soporific and soporific with string. One lasts for 60 seconds. The string version only lasts 15. Not sure why adding a string does that. If you have any string theories, let us know.
Boo! You suck!
How much they give is pretty simple. It's 33 or 42. The weapon type doesn't matter. This means weapons with faster movesets like daggers are simply better. The few exceptions being multi-hit moves and twin blades. They get reduced amounts for balance reasons. It's pretty surprising then that Wild Strikes has no penalty. This is a surprise technique that will help us later. To cook up just one grease, follow my old family recipe of just one flour, one resin. This can be found infinitely at the Warmaster Shack in Limgrave. But that stringed grease demands a little extra, so if you want to dominate in PvP...
Foul tarnished, in search of the Elder String. Put these foolish ambitions to rest.
You can't craft these. Only the demi-humans and demi-human queens drop string 5% of the time. It is a secret that only the demigods know.
An apt reward for thy ambition.
Time to finally address the Albinoric in the room. The Ripple weapons and PvP. There's two Ripple weapons. The Ripple Blade and Halberd. The Halberd drops from any halberd wielding Albinoric. Even those endgame red ones. The blade is only sold in Pildia's shop in Ryan's Manor. So you know, one only. What makes these so special? Well, is their special arcane scaling. Using any grease in these, except that one, improves the power of grease dramatically, with max arcane and basic grease. You're getting quite the improvement. That's over twice as good. For the more powerful string, it improves by the same impressive percentage amounts. But it gets even better. The arcane scaling improves as they level up. going beyond reaching S rank scaling. This time with max level weapons. The basic grease is at least 3 times better.
Nice.
And for the string, you can reach sickening amounts. That's like 2 St. Trina swords taped together. This makes the Ripple Sword the most powerful sleeper in the game. But that's not all. It comes locked in with Wild Strikes. You know, that move with no penalty. It's a real shame then that it sucks for sleeping. When you can't see the sleep meter, multi-hit moves are just bad. You're just gonna knock them out of it. Good luck trying to roll out perfectly in time. Luckily, it can be made a bit more reliable. End the combo instantly for a 3-hit combo, guaranteeing 471 or 368, depending on the grease that you prefer to use, making it technically useful for boss-tiered enemies. Finally, it hits twice during riposte, and even backstabs. Unlike all the other sleep and ripple weapons, letting you chain together sleep backstabs, it really gives you that Dark Souls 1 experience. As to why people PvP with the halberd is simple. It's a halberd. It's got the reach, hooks, and moveset, and when combined with terrible netcode, any hit on a rolling opponent counts as a hit for sleep, so you will be slept through your rolls. And then for you, it's good night. Thank you very much. I spent all night on that one. How about we rank these things already? I should put string in S tier, for it fulfills a niche that others cannot fulfill. But since it involves farming string, and you only get 1 grease per flower, I'm putting both in D tier. For don't bother. If you really want value, then you will want
Let's get them out of the way. 84 and 90. While pathetic when compared to a pot, what makes them worthwhile is that exchange rate. 10 arrows is a real steal. Crossbows need one less bone. For some reason, in terms of damage, it's real low. Worse than bone arrows. Just terrible. Normally, I'd just use this as a troll counter. But there's actually more uses for these. And it isn't this. The triple shot deals impressive sleep damage, but it just wakes the target instantly. As for the bow's volley skill,
Well, divorce.
it has a similar problem of being hard to control. Interestingly, the triple crossbow has no penalty, while volley deals less. However, the real value of these two is abusing weak points. The damage multiplier also works on the status set, making it hit for much more than just 90. Oh no. Its beak takes a whopping 400% increase. Wow. Both the giant's face and fire giant's eye both take an extra 100% sleep. But for headshots in general, you deal an extra 50% status. Some heads are obviously harder to hit. But for those dogs, a headshot and one body shot, instead of 3 body shots, will work. It's an economic way to save on arrows. This makes some very frustrating enemies effortless to deal with.
What that bird doing?
Sadly, this also works in reverse. Enemies with damage resistance will take massively reduced status. This is also true for all shields. In any case, there's also one more arrow type. The fabled Saint Trina's arrows. I'm sensing a theme. Despite the style, these are just 6.6% stronger than bolts, and are very rare, with only 50 in the entire world.
Look at this dude. Got some rare things on sale, stranger.
And that's it. Unless you like farming archers. With a drop rate of 2.5%. Bro. Overall, I give arrows B tier. Good for certain enemies. But if only there was a way to have unlimited Trina arrows.
Hello there.
Dolores. The sleeping arrow. You can unlock this very handsome summon mid-game after a fairly lengthy quest line. She has unlimited Saint Trina's arrows. These are the real deal, and work identically to your arrows. Not only that, she knows how to avoid danger. Leveling her has no effect on her sleep build-up. And most importantly, she will not shoot sleeping enemies. How polite. This is also true for some ranged summons.
Your life will
Don't wake up or she will give you moldy anime reference or no. The melees. Don't give a damn. How rude. As useful as she is, she has some flaws. At mid-game, there isn't many worthwhile places to summon her.
What is my purpose?
You sleep god skins.
Oh God.
Skins, yes. At this, she excels. Needing just 3 arrows. And can sleep them easily enough. However, she has a fatal flaw. Some madman gave her the barrage skill.
I'm helping.
No, you're not.
How nice.
She always volleys in 3s, waking enemies with these weaker shots. Bruh. Fortunately, if the animation begins, you still have time to repost.
See, I'm helping.
You can even abuse this for some extra sneaky damage.
Wow.
Another problem. She doesn't consider them asleep until the sleep animation loop begins.
But they are not snoring.
And will interrupt the transitional animation. Overall, I give her a B for bring her to the double date. But what if I said there was an even more handsome option, and that is it's me. Sadly, I'd better change into something with a bit more poise. Much better. And then, use the Mimic Tier Summon. He will copy everything that you're currently wearing. So be sure to only equip the bow. And at least one sleep pot. Searching for movie reference. Rosebud. Bro. Forget the wrong movie. That's not even the right flower. Oh. Anyways, you can re-equip your weapons after summoning. He's locked in. Just give him one of each. And he gets an unlimited supply. He can copy anything. except flasks. Just pick a bow with mighty shot. So there's no volleys.
I just wanted to help.
And he will never melee. Unless you gave him a crossbow. Since they all have the kick skill. There's no one else you'd rather sleep with. Not even the Jarite puppet. He doesn't even get sleep pots.
Pathetic.
And best of all, any build can just swap in these items. And then bully him. Yeah, that too. So, overall, I give him S rank. He is simply too powerful. His only downside is that he is kinda dumb. Oh wait. So to conclude, use arrows for annoying enemies, bots for bosses, and big groups. Use grease for PvP, the torch for style, and the sword for basically everything. And with that done, how about we relax and finish up with...
It's the late night show with useless night data, featuring some mystery bosses. And now, live from Lingrave Church, your host, the old man.
It's great to be here. So to begin, hey, do you mind? So there's a couple of cool things that only happen at night. Like these dudes getting very vocal. There's even some night-only encounters, like the 10-Night Cavalry, and the very aptly named Death Bird. There's 4 in total. This is how you win. Phew. Anyways, as I was saying... Oh no.
We live in a low-income housing environment. Me and a group of my allies control certain areas of this section in order to run our illegitimate business. If anyone would like to settle unfinished altercations, I will be more than happy to release my address. I would like to warn you, I am a very dangerous person, and I regularly disobey the law.
Oof. He ain't kidding. But at least he can be slept. Which is exactly what his designers were doing. Even when at max level, this dude hits harder than my father's. Oof. And the post-game bosses, I guess. For safer journeys, you don't have to kill them before you can teleport away. Give them a quick... quick sleep. And you're free to go. And here's a trick for the purple-eyed ants. A bit of sleep is enough to remove the brainwashing.
Down, boy. Sit her down. Whoa.
Call Lee a doctor.
You're a doctor. Low.
It's so dark and cold.
There's 3 things that can sleep in-game, but you cannot put to sleep. Glintstone Dragon Smaragd. He is immune like all other dragons. Go to bed, you faker. The second is the Merchant Duo. And while it's hard to see, they do actually close their eyes.
What are you buying?
This only happens briefly. When Rani appears. Give me those secret sleep spells, please.
And why should I reveal that to thee? Go.
Much better. Third and finally, the walking mausoleums. They only sleep at late night, so you're gonna have to wait a while.
Oh boy, 3 a.m.
At last, he will now sleep for about 2 minutes. This works for all the mausoleum dudes. When they sleep, they won't react at all. This makes it a pretty effective counter to that one.
Mention something interesting. A weapon to surpass fear.
Have you seen my dog? On some nights, he will be missing. Gorak can be found outside, howling at the moon. What the dog doing? Do me humans also change at night? They get real mad and become hyper-aggressive. This does not change their damage, just their attack frequency. Trust me, I tested this personally. The queens do not change, sadly. However, your boys know can make use of this. Unlike the me-humans found in caves. There's also a very cool visual detail that happens when night ends. They calm down and let off some steam, as described by the deepest lore. Surprisingly, this cutie is the only one with night dialogue. sweet dreams.
Cause tell me a story about the big wide world.
Remarkably, that's all the night changes. There's a lot of misinformation out there. So let's go test some rumors. Despite how it might seem, there are no other day-night sleep cycles. Enemy behavior is completely fixed. This is even true for the bats. And even owls. They both can be found at all times of day. And unique to the owls, their eyes always glow at night. This isn't the rune bonus. It's strictly cosmetic. Even your stealth seems to be unchanged.
Whose footprints are these?
I think.
They're the same picture.
It's not bedtime just yet. Improve your focus with these unnatural remedies. First, wear this stylish ensemble. The mushrooms are a must. Yo. My stats are up here. Now for the gear. The Rift Shield gives 40 more focus. But the Eclipse Great Shield gives 50. The Shield of the Guilty also gives 40. Ignore it for the Spiral Horn Shield for that plus 50. Now, eat some meat. And wash it down with a crystal tear cocktail. This gives you the maximum of 960. That's a lot of focus. I wonder what kind of incredible foes use sleep. I bet it's something cool.
It is now time for crab.
Bro. Seriously. Mr. Saki didn't just make one sleep enemy. Right? Oh. What are you smoking, Mr. Saki? It's pretty useless. He can't even follow through. So, all it really does is minor FP damage. It's a nice touch that they are often found around lilies. I suppose the saying is true. You are what you eat.
Do I eat ass?
Of course I do.
At least once again, crabs have friendly fire enabled. So you can make more use of this than they can themselves. At last, I think I can see Miyazaki's masterful vision here. It's working. Just as intended. And that covers just about everything. If anything is missing, blame and wake up grandson and leave lots of comments. Never forgive him, he must learn. So to conclude, it works on 2/3 of the game's enemies. And almost all of them can be slapped with a single Saint Trina combo. Although, it's almost like it feels a little unfinished. There's entire quest lines and cool sleep mechanics.
With St. Trina's crystal ball in our inventory, we can collect a single dream mist for the monk from this sleeping wolf.
That they were too tired to complete. Hopefully, after a little rest, we will get the rest.
No.
Oh well. Thanks for coming to my sleepover. But before you can have my bed, I gotta tuck in my wonderful patrons. Give me a second. Hey, it's past your bedtime already. No more Dark Souls 2 debates. Unless you want to sleep in the bed of chaos. I hope these are the non-toxic jars. Hey, you forgot your Ranny doll. And good night. Sleep tight. And don't let the bed bugs.
There are many secrets in the gravesite plains alone. For example, did you know that there's a man hidden in the woods here who drops the beast claws? What about these blue gravesites? They only appear at night. Or what about this pothead, this ash of war, this new weapon stance, or this hidden part of Castle Ensis? There's so much to discuss, so join me here as I take you through my first experience with the DLC, and let's talk lore, new weapons, things you missed, and things I missed in the shadow of the Erdtree. Starting with this, the first map fragment that you have access to. The first thing you should do, of course, is find the map for the place. As always, you can find the guide stells on your incomplete map. I've been playing my main character for maybe like 12, 14 hours, and I'm still finding new things in this first open world. But the first thing you're really going to want to look for, and the most important thing, are these revered spirit ashes and another item called Erdtree fragments. That revered spirit ash is found here, and I'll show you the location of a nearby Erdtree fragment as well. So just up ahead is a little scattering of graves, and these guys with sparkly pots always have special items. They're the new sort of crystal lizard in this game, where you're always going to want to kill them. Erdtree fragments increase your character's attack and defense in the Land of Shadow, and revered spirit ashes increase the power of your summoned spirits. Next to this site of grace is a ruin, and at the top of this ruin is a talisman called the Ailing Talisman. It increases your attack power after every critical hit, so if that sounds good to you or your build, you should definitely grab that one. And just up ahead there's a little cave as well. This cave has a painting that I haven't found the location of, but it's something to keep in mind. That's located here. But what you really want to find are weapons, right? Like, that's such a core part of your experience in the DLC, and a really good one is right here. This is the backhand blade, or the backhand blades, plural, because it's a new reverse hand weapon. And there's two of them. It is special. This weapon is awesome because of this. Notice how I keep running after the R1. That's a new mechanic that they've added specific to this weapon, and the new classes of weapons have these. The Milady, for example, is a light greatsword that has R2s that chain into the R1s seamlessly, and no other weapons work this way, and the backhand blade has this special thing going for it as well. In the distance, we can see what's called a furnace golem. Let me show you how to kill it. So, these things take like no damage. It's a battle of attrition that basically comes down to you understanding how to avoid that attack. The stomp releases a wave of fire that just needs to be jumped over, so always watch the legs, always stay on torrent, and get in as many attacks as you can, and eventually you'll bring it down. I just broke its guard once. Do that 3 times, and it will fall. If you ever see it doing this attack, get away as far as possible, and jump as well. Alright, I've just made it fall, and hopefully its head will land somewhere where you can perform a critical strike. This will do way more damage than most critical strikes, and from here, it's just usually a matter of doing this one more time. This furnace golem drops what might be my favorite item in the DLC so far. The deflecting hard tier, a crystal tier that is essentially a new playstyle all on its own. Damage negation and guard poise will be heightened in the moment immediately after assuming a guarding stance. Successfully executing a spontaneous guard will also strengthen guard counters. Incredibly powerful if you build around it and if you play to its specifications. I am building my main character to specifically make use of this in my first playthrough, and I'll show some footage of that because the fights you have with this are so much fun and force you to learn the boss's movesets. It looks so good, it's so powerful, and the only problem is that it lasts for a limited time, but even then it's long enough for a boss fight. You'll notice also, when I opened my inventory, I skipped straight to the deflecting hard tier, and that's because of a new feature in your display tab where you can mark new items. This, plus the ability to show your recent items tab, is incredible. Toggle this on, because you don't want to search through your entire inventory every single time you find a new item. We also received the Furnace Visage, which tells us about the furnace golem's actual name and says that it's a stone mask surrounded by curled horns, depicting the fell god of fire that haunts the sagas of the Hornsent. Next, I'm gonna head to this Three Paths cross. It's a crossroads between Bellarat on the left, Castle Ensis on the right, and some more dungeons and open world ahead of us. Here we find another Erdtree fragment, as well as a Cross of Mikola. These don't have a gameplay purpose except to progress the story basically, because around them there's always NPCs. This is Freya, and this NPC, if you talk to him, gives you a map of nearby crosses. Next, let me show you an Ash of War that I found. It's going to be great for this weapon. Basically, hug this cliff face on the left, and you'll find Savage Lion's Claw, located here. I've gone and equipped it. Let me show you what it looks like. This Ash of War is very similar to one that was previously in Elden Ring, except the difference is you can spam it. You can use it twice in quick succession. That's very powerful on any heavy weapon. So we're continuing northwest, and there's something here that I want to point out, and it'll become relevant later. Here, I just want you to take in this view. You should remember this view for later. Next, Bellarat Jail, located just nearby, a little bit further west, is this dungeon that leads underneath Bellarat Tower Settlement. In this place, we find terrified prisoners who are subsisting on frozen maggots. The maggots develop in great jar innards and are an invaluable source of sustenance to the prisoners. These frozen maggots are also fantastic if you want to craft a new frozen pot item. The spirit says, "Oh please, not the jar, anything but that. I promise I won't ever do it again. I swear, a living saint I'll surely be. Please, you must forgive me, please." So these prisoners have obviously committed some crime, though whether they deserve to be stuffed inside a great jar is up for debate. Because being stuffed inside a great jar is more horrific than it sounds. Some nearby innard meat also tells us that what's inside the jars is what becomes of the condemned, who get sliced up and stuffed into jars to become saints instead. When you're making your way down these jars, be careful, because there's one jump where you want to turn around and go backwards. Just walk straight off and then jump over here. Do this and you'll acquire some new hefty cracked pots. These are the new replenishing jar resource that you use to throw hefty pots, and to get the recipe for one of these types of pots you have to progress further. Also, one of the biggest secrets is how to get across here, and we'll talk about that in a second. First, explore this maze thoroughly. Generally, you want to stick to the right and look for these little areas where you can jump over some pots. Do this for long enough and you'll find the Greater Potentate's Cookbook, which teaches you how to make a hefty freezing pot, which I think is one of the better ones. And then, after you get this cookbook, progress to the north, go through this little alleyway, and you'll find 2 hefty cracked pots here. But the real secret in this dungeon is just after this jump here. And it's not straight ahead, which is the boss. Instead, go right, jump here, and take this elevator pot. Don't let one of these on with you. Anyway, so do this properly, and you'll arrive up here, where you can progress to a really great jar and get a fantastic headpiece. This great jar increases the power of thrown pots of all sizes. It's the attire of the shamans who perform their worship at jails. They offer their prayers to the innards of the great jars, such that they might be one day reborn into sainthood. This is the cycle of death and rebirth, taken into the hands of mortal men. So, in my first playthrough of this area, I was using a level 1 wretch, just to see if I could. I wanted to see if I could progress just by using resources found in the Land of Shadow, and it was hard beating this guy because my weapon was only plus 15 from all the smithing shards that I've found, but I did it eventually, and the secret to it is just stun-locking him. Obviously, a proper build will have a much easier time. For example, this is my Retribution Paladin build. I basically throw out discuses of light and then reflect them with the Erdtree Great Shield for a ton of damage. The boss we're fighting now is Ons, the demi-human swordsman, but we actually don't get his ashes if we defeat him. We get someone called Yosh's ashes. His lore reads, Ons, a master swordsman who devoted himself to the star-lined sword, realized that only ruin awaited at the end of the procession of stars, and imprisoned himself in order to forestall it. However, Yosh, his apprentice and fellow study of the Starry Blade, stubbornly refused to heed his master's words, and remained with him, in defiance of his self-imposed seclusion for the rest of his life. Before I go on, I want to head back to the Grace and set it to nighttime. This is because, of course, there are special events that only occur at different times of the day. You'll see in a second. There are a few things that I want to point out in this area as well. Head to the left after Ballarat Jail, and you'll find the Gravebird armor located here. Once we have this, I'm going to go into the water here and point out a dragon. If you kill this dragon, you get a ancient dragon smithing stone, and that's worth doing because you'll be upgrading a lot of weapons in the DLC, and those items are pretty rare. In the abandoned ailing village here, you'll find this cookbook which teaches you to make a hefty fly pot. And further up in the village itself is a new talisman that's called the Ailing Talisman, and it increases your defenses to the status ailment that you most recently got afflicted by. This phantom is describing the transformation that happens when you transform into one of these fly creatures. The Ailing Talisman elaborates on this. It says that strangely those who cared for those who were undergoing the transformation didn't become flies themselves. Underneath the bridge is another cookbook. This one teaches you to make hefty furnace pots. All of these pot items require a resource that's like a white or red mushroom. The white mushrooms are found here around the trees. The red ones are also found in trees around the world, and some pots require fly mold, which you can get in the Ailing village. So this cookbook was found underneath Elec Great Bridge. And off to the side here is something that only happens at night. There's a circle of blue graves that
Niles.
That are always going to be surrounding this, a larval tier. I believe there are 3 sites like this in the first map fragment. One appears around here, and another one appears on this section of the plateau somewhere. Next, let's go across that great bridge. Off to the left here is a black knight who you can farm for his armor. He is guarding the Fire Knight's cookbook, which teaches you to make fire coils. I'm not sure how to get the materials for them yet. Over here is a Erdtree fragment, and off to the right is a camp you're going to want to clear. It has perfumers in it, and those perfumers are guarding a weapon. This is the Fire Spark perfume bottle, and it's a new perfumer weapon. I'm not a huge fan of these perfume weapons, but I will say their running R2 attack is awesome, as is their charged attack. If you're in a situation where you need AoE, these are probably a great backup weapon to have. Anyway, let's progress into Castle Ensis. When you get to this intersection where you can enter a cave, go the opposite way, because up ahead is a weapon you're going to want to try. This is the Milady. Milady is what I used on my main character for most of its playthrough through this area. It has a moveset that I mentioned earlier with R2s that flow seamlessly into R1s, and if that's true of all light greatswords, then light greatswords are an incredible weapon class. The Ash of War on this is not the one we saw from the preview. However, I'll show you where to get that Ash of War. It is somewhere hidden in Castle Ensis. Up ahead from the Milady is this small cave, and there's an item on that ledge that I do not know how to get to. If you guys can figure this out, please help me, because I've been scanning everywhere for an entrance and I can't find it. Also, Lion's Claw, so good. This message from later up ahead reads, "Kind Mikola is bound for the Tower of Shadow. If we are to reach him, we must go to the ancient ruins beyond the high bridge from the Shadow Keep, and then burn the tree that seals the path. I make for the keep." I think the keep is further this way, but the place where Mikola has gone is here, at Ballarat, and it's an area I think we'll need to return to later in our playthroughs. If you have a ranged attack, this is the time. This is Moonrathil, a Carrion Knight. And he does a lot of damage and doesn't take much. He's tough. Moonrathil was the Twin Moon Knight's Chamberlain. She was also a friend to the Trolls, who served the royal family and proudly wielded their weapons as she fought arm in arm with her gargantuan comrades. I guess that helps to explain the giant troll at the start of the area. Further on we hear from what looks like one of Messmer's soldiers in phantom form. "O Marika, I beg, embrace your child and give us a sign. How long must this holy war stretch on?" Yeah, so you would have noticed that a lot of the enemies you've been fighting so far have been these Messmer soldiers, and it seems they were basically forced or pressured to fight a war where they had to purge many of the living in the realm of shadow, and this guy is over it. He seems to suggest that this war has been going on without end, and basically that Messmer hasn't been told to stop all this time. The Messmer soldier helm talks a little bit about these soldiers and mentions that though the engraving upon the forehead is a Erdtree design, it is etched in gold, a small consolation to those forced to wage a war without grace or honor. So these soldiers serve Messmer the Impaler, but they're here in a Carrion stronghold, and soon we'll discover that the Carrions here also serve Messmer. and that's because of R'Lana, whose cameo states that the Carians here had unparalleled devotion and left their homelands to serve R'Lana, and R'Lana was the sister of R'Nala, who abandoned Caria essentially to chase after Nesma, who it's clear she was quite in love with. As for the Carians who followed her, R'Lana's cameo reads, "By your leave, we will accompany you wherever your lunar vessel takes you." Up ahead there's a guy on a rooftop who's going to make your life hell, but if you drop down to the left here, you can take him out and also progress to find a new shield. But before that, you'll also pick up the Glintblade trio, which is basically just like Glintblade, except now there's 3 of them, and this is the shield. It's 100% physical block, pretty light, and very resistant to magic. The wolf is the beast of the Carian Royal Covenant, a symbol of the moon's pride that none can forget no matter what remote lands they may arrive in. And Glintblade Trio basically says that it's a prototypical form of sword phalanx sorceries which saw a different subsequent refinement in the realm of shadow. Basically they evolved in a divergent way in this place. Eventually you'll find your way to the Castle Lord's chamber right before the boss fight, but there's a secret out here and it's absolutely worth getting, especially if you're planning on using the Milady or a light greatsword. So take that jump and progress down to that tower. At the top is Wing Stance, which will pair extremely well with R'Lana's cameo, which increases the damage of stance-based attacks, and it'll pair really well with the Milady as well. Just look at some of these attacks you can do. Alright, time to fight R'Lana. This boss was extremely tough for me because I forced myself to do a guard counter build and learn her moveset and try to parry her to death, basically. I'll let you watch one of my attempts. It's worth taking a lot of those trades, but man, you take damage. Okay, if I didn't get that guard counter, I was dead. One more than summon. Man, I missed the last one. Taken too much damage in this fight. Alright, Yosh, carry. You do not stop attacking, do you? We're gonna have to have like a flawless final phase here. Okay. There's no way, right? There's no... Wait, the blessing! I'm using it! No! Ah, no. Risky. All in. No! That's so bad. Oh man, that fight would have been sick if I finished it there. No, that was so close. Oh no. I used the blessing. That's the one that like full heals you, but only one exists in the world. So goodbye, that item. Oh, thank God. We did it. Skadu Altus. Okay, did you hear that music kick in? Goddamn. Now, I'm not going to progress in this direction because I get the sense that this is the way forward in the game. So, I'm not quite ready for that yet. What I'm going to do instead is go to the west here and then loop back to Castle Ensis. If you approach Castle Ensis in this direction, you can find some new items. Perhaps the best item is this, the Carrion Sorcery Sword. Something people have wanted for so long. It's a weapon that also functions as a catalyst, meaning you can cast spells with the R2 of the sword. And it also functions as a sword with R1s and a weapon art. In terms of is the way forward in the game. So I'm not quite ready for that yet. What I'm going to do instead is go
What's the diet? 0% body fat? My new dragon form. I look like half human, half dragon, half anorexic, decaying corpse. It's awesome, isn't it? Where's the head? Oh, there it is. I'm wondering where's the head on this dog? Oh! Ninja dog. Where's this sword that Vati got? There's like a carrion sword here somewhere. Maybe Castle Ensis? Maybe I'm going too far. Maybe it's in the water somewhere over there. I think I am going too far. Hold on. Let's go into the water. There might be like... a sword might be in the water somewhere. Or like closer to the tower. Closer to the castle. Maybe down there. That looks like it could be it. Yeah, let's go down this way. This might be it. I don't think I've ever been here. Up, oh, up. Nothing here but birds, I guess. Is this it? I think this might be it. Grave Glovewort. True. Oh, maybe down here? Wait, this is where I started though. What the hell? This can't be it. Maybe I already have the sword. Could be that I already have the sword. Maybe it's over here. I've already been over there. What the heck? What the heck? What down there? In the waterfall. Try here. Didn't expect life. Yeah, right. That's death. Right? Yeah, I'm gonna use a rainbow stone. It's a rainbow stone. Rainbow stone. If it explodes, that means it's death. Oh. I don't see anything in there though. Like not even a cave. I did survive though. Is there a cave back here? No, there's nothing back here. That looks like death. The brink. Oh my god. There's no way. There's no way you're supposed to do this. This is stupid. Or maybe you are. There's like harvestable ingredients over there. Huh. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Silver fireflies. What's over here? No cave. So disappointing. There's like a million waterfalls. Only one has... Oh, hunter again. Only one has loot. Is it just cosmetic or does it do something? It actually gives me plus 10 to defenses, like across the board. But... And like the main function, right, is to... The main function is to freaking, what's it called? Oh, is to boost dragon incantations. How come I can't target lock? Yeah, it boosts dragon spells, basically. But yeah, the main reason I'm using it is because it looks really cool. And also, it gives me defense without adding any weight, so I can use the blue dancer charm, which increases attack power when I have less equipment. So my whole build is based around using homing arrows, as you saw. Okay, this sword is definitely not down here. I missed it somehow. I missed it. It's over here. It's gotta be... Let's go watch the video.
To the west here, and then loop back to Castle Ensis. If you approach Castle Ensis in this direction...
Oh, I was going the right way, actually. I just need to go into the ramparts. We go this way. Wait, maybe I wasn't going the right way. But anyway, we have to go on top of Castle Ensis over there. I might die here. Ooh. Scary. But yeah, dragon form basically equals free defense for a low weight, high damage build. Might be over there. Ah, yeah, okay, that's where the grace is. So that means it's over there. Oh, loot. Any enemies up here? Doesn't look like it. What is that guy doing? Nice. Carrion Sorcery Sword. Let's go see what it looks like. Is it one of those light great swords? I think it is. Looks like one. Oh, it's a thrusting sword. Thrusting sword, yeah. Pity. It would have been cool as a light... light great sword. Oh, there's no heavy attack. The heavy attack is casting. Huh. Interesting. Not my kind of weapon. Could be cool for a different character.
You can find some new items. Perhaps the best item is this, the Carrion Sorcery Sword. Something people have wanted for so long. It's a weapon that also functions as a catalyst, meaning you can cast spells with the R2 of the sword. And it also functions as a sword with R1s and a weapon art. In terms of casting spells, you'll do more damage with a catalyst, almost certainly, but the utility this offers is fantastic. In terms of lore, this was formerly used by the Carrion Knights of old before the full refinement of their sorcerous combat techniques. Now, this Carrion Sorcery Sword can only be found if you drop down onto that piece of architecture ahead of me, around here. However, there's another compound further west, over there, that you can get to if you take an even longer way around. Find the Scardu Altus west side of Grace.
Is it like an armor item?
Drop here.
It's a rock that
I
use.
Rift Fort.
It's called the Rock Heart.
It has a number of good items you'll want.
Oops,
to clear out this place, I've basically respec'd my character.
But yeah, it's an
so
item.
I can
it's a
use
tool they can use.
Renala's Twin Blade.
Where'd it go? Here somewhere. I lost it. It's gone forever. Oh, here it is.
But on my main character, I
can use it
an
again
item in here
to increase
that
damage
I think
for my
is going to
spells.
become my main weapon for a while.
I don't
It's
use dragon
the
spells.
Serpent's Flail. And it has a weapon art that imbues it with flame that turns into an explosion if it's used on an attack that strikes the ground. But the reason I'm really using it on this build is because it's a flail, and flails have excellent guard counters for my guard counter build. And with this guard counter build, I actually had a really easy time clearing out this place. Even this Black Knight boss, who drops his shield as what I think is a guaranteed drop. The Black Knights, by the way, were basically the primary force of Messmer's army. And that's pretty much it for the rest of this stronghold. The last thing I want to mention is that there's a new Arrow Sting talisman, which, added together with the old Arrow talisman, might help to make bows viable, but I'm not sure just yet. Anyway, back to my paladin build. I'm gonna head southeast from the castle front side of Grace to a section of the map that has some fantastic dungeons. And along the way on the road, you can pick up a swift spear. It's a pretty simple spear weapon, not much to say about that. And off to the left is the path to Tholier, and a cross and a Erdtree fragment. Here's where it is on the map.
Oh, hello there. Are you the Tarnished? Lady Leda spoke of you. Another Tarnished, guided here by Mikola the Kind. My name is Teolia. I too am Tarnished, and here on kindly Mikola's account. So, well, here's to new beginnings, I suppose. I'm sorry, but well, I'm not much good at anything is all. I'm as weak as a kitten and thick as two planks. I've always been this way, since the very day I was born. I'm afraid the only thing I'm proficient in is poison. Sorry.
So he does sell a lot of poison materials that are used for poison jar items particularly. I think it's this one. And he also sells the deadly poison perfume bottle, which I assume inflicts the deadly version of poison, which is better than regular poison. And I imagine this is a pretty good backup weapon as well for long fights. We'll come back to Tholier a little bit later. For now, I'm going to head over here. And on the way, we find these worm guys. This is what happens if you hit them. Don't make me do this again. But yeah, I still haven't found any lore on them. I've killed them for like a good 20 minutes, but nothing except grave lovewood. And we can hear some screaming in the background, by the way.
The pain. The pain.
My arms, my legs, each lies a bloody ruin. A bale, vile bale. Oh, terror incarnate. There is life in me yet. I will soon feast upon your heart. Mark my words, you too shall know fear.
So, this guy is named Egon, and I think he gets some more dialogue if you reset.
Please, no more. I am sorry. I repent. Oh, come no closer. Oh, horror. Savage me no further.
I believe he's talking about an enemy that invades here, a little bit further up. You can tell, because we've been dismounted, that we're about to get invaded. I remember I had a really cool fight on my other character against this guy with lots of cool parries. But what I really want to talk about is what he looks like. This ancient dragon man is really an ancient dragon man. He's completely changed form. And if you know about Dragon Communion in Elden Ring, it's about transforming into a dragon. And we never got to see what that looked like other than the magma worms, but now it seems it's possible to successfully transform into a dragon, and that dragon form looks awesome. After vanquishing the Dragon Man, we don't get any items from him, but we will fight him again later on, inside a cave further up, the Dragon Pit. Before you fight him, you can fight a magma worm if you want to. It drops an ancient dragon smithing stone, as well as a dragon heart. But the real secret to be found in this place is after a small leap of faith. The Dragon Man drops his great katana, which says he was formerly a Dragon Communion warrior and arbiter of those worthy to devour the Dreaded One. The dragon lore we're seeing is fascinating, and this next area totally blew my mind when I explored just a tiny bit of it on my main character. I can't wait to explore this place more. It looks incredible here. What is happening here? Oh man, this is so incredible. For now though, let's return to the Pillar Path waypoint. And just past Egon, there's a little drop that will bring you down to a new dungeon, the Ruined Lava Forge intake. The Phantom here speaks of the Altar of the Forge, and that's what's at the end of this place. There's no boss that I can find. Instead, you pull a lever, cross the intake pipe, and jump off to receive this. In this dungeon, you can also find the Greater Potentate's Cookbook 13, which teaches you how to make hefty volcano pots, and the Smith Script Dagger, a throwable dagger which has pretty short range, unfortunately, with most of its throwing attacks. However, the Ash of War is quite good, and I would say this is a great secondary weapon. The dagger is a Smith Script weapon. I believe all the Smith Script weapons are defined by the ability to appear back in your hand after you throw them, and maybe these golems are the smiths that made them, although I'm not sure on that yet. Up the way from the Pillar Path waypoint, you can loot the Gravebird bracelets, which is the second part of the Gravebird set, and further up is the Suppressing Pillar. There's a chest here with an ancient dragon smithing stone, but the more interesting thing is the lore that says that this is the very center of the lands between. All manners of death wash up here, only to be suppressed. I wonder, is that talking about this place specifically, or the Realm of Shadow in general? Anyway, for now, we want to take a little hidden path here, and to get there, we'll go this way. You know it, you love it, it's a poison swamp, but it's not too bad as far as poison swamps go. You can go left here and make your way to this ravine. However, we want to go a little bit further east for a moment, just off the map fragment, so I can tease a few things. This is the Elder's Hovel, located to the east, and this phantom talks about Baal, who is the dragon that Igon, the wounded guy we met earlier, it's the dragon that he was cursing. O Baal, tyrant Drake, do your wounds yet ache? Is your fury still yet to crest its zenith? Hurry, hurry, and lay it all to waste. Lay waste to the proud, the conceited, every last one of that arrogant lot. It's no coincidence the way he's looking. He's looking towards this jagged peak, which we found earlier. It's located across the way here. This Talisman of Dread has some lore as well. Bale was the foul dragon's name, a terrible harbinger of destruction whose challenge to the ancient dragon lord ended in grievous mutual injury. Grievous mutual injury. So the dragon lord, who is Placidusax, of course, was injured as well as Bale. And this explains why Placidusax has all those injuries, I'd bet. He was attacked by Bale in a challenge. Anyway, that's fascinating. Can't wait to learn more. But on the way back, look for this. If you topple those stones, you can take a spirit spring up to the next area I want to explore. But for now, let's head back and take the path that leads into this ravine. To get there, go down a hill here and find this little cave. There's a revered spirit ash here as well, on the way, right before this site of grace. And as you head out, you have two options. You can go right, which will lead to the north here, and there's a dungeon here where you can get a new spirit summon. It's basically one of those ogre guys who we'll talk about later. And it's fantastic to go here if you're a bleed build. I think the items you get here will be very useful to you. And there's also a talisman here called the Green Turtle Twin-Headed Talisman or something. Basically like a stamina talisman that regenerates your stamina even faster than the regular Green Turtle Talisman. So if you're a melee build, that's probably fantastic. And there's also an ulcerated tree spirit fight here. You'll receive a new ban item from it that lets you summon these homing spirit masses. But where I really want to go next is south, to another new area that we might venture to in a different episode. You also find a potentate's cookbook for a hefty rock pot, which is a hefty pot that only requires one item, a type of stone that is found near riverbeds. Eventually, you'll find a site of grace, as well as a phantom who says this. I was once told a coffin could convey its passenger upon a gentle cruise to the velvet garden of deepest purple. Oh, to slumber in such a paradise. However, there's no coffin here, so I haven't found the secret.
Hey!
Regarding that just yet. Have you guys found it? Continuing south along the riverbed, we find another furnace golem, and this one has a unique attack. I feel like the first furnace golem was easy on purpose, and I think every subsequent one will probably introduce a new attack that you have to avoid. This furnace golem drops a crystal tear as well. It's a green crystal tear that basically makes it so you don't lose any stamina for a short period of time. Again, that's probably great for some melee builds. I'm personally using that tier on my parry build because it helps me maintain my stamina. What I really want to show you guys though is this. The Cerulean Coast. I was so excited to explore this place, but since we're pretty off the map fragment now, I think we should head back. Next, I'm warping to the Three Paths Cross to go talk to some more NPCs and to progress Tolier's questline as well.
You must be the Tarnished. I am Ansbach, formerly in service to Lord Moog, but now, like you, another soul guided by kindly Mikola. I'm hardly the steady hand I once was. My fighting days are far behind me, which is why I have chosen to dedicate myself to investigation, to discern Tender Miquella's ultimate purpose. I'd rather not volunteer service to a new master unless I know that I can be of use.
And this is more.
Many things we have found.
And he's found something for Tiolier.
Oh, I know. Give this to Tiolier. He asked me to find it. I finally found it.
Black syrup. So we'll give that to Tolier in a second. If we rest at the Grace, we get a bit more dialogue from Ansbach about the man in verdigris armor, who is more.
Righteous. Oh, you must mean Samor. Samor is a kind and stalwart ally. He provisions our little outfit. Samor traffics with the Forager brood, his brethren, who collect supplies from all corners of the land. No doubt they find inspiration in his many virtues. These are not your foes, Tarnished. Should you spot any Forager brood, be sure to mind your manners.
We'll actually find one of the Forager brood soon. It's further up here, but for now let's return to Tolier and give him his black syrup.
So, oh? What's this? I have to say, Sir Moore has an awfully sharp eye, doesn't he? It's wonderful. This ebony, as lustrous as the night sky unending. I don't think I could ever thank him enough, but I'll have to think of something. Ah, forgive me. You two deserve your share of the reward. I'll mix up something special. If you find yourself weary of the weight of this life, then just give me the word. Sleep is a balm. An eternal sleep is an elixir.
I'm weary of life.
Is that so? Then take this. This concoction can coax even the oldest of dragons to sleep. For you, it will grant the sweetest slumber for all eternity.
For all eternity, or at least as long as it takes you to respawn at a site of grace. I don't know what this item's supposed to do, but it costs 30k runes if you want to buy some more from Tiolier, so it must have some purpose, and if we read its description, we learn that it's a condensed somniferous elixir purported to be capable of putting even an ancient dragon to sleep. For an ordinary mortal, a single sip would assuredly result in swift and certain death. Tiolier thought of St. Trina's sleep when he created this, but the ebony sleep he concocted had not the sweetness of nectar, nor the gentleness of rest's embrace. Anyway, back to the main gate across. We're gonna head south. Along this path to the south, we can find a few things. To the right here is Prospect Town, which we'll explore in a moment, and to the left there's another revered Spirit Ash blessing. Prospect Town is filled with these creatures. I believe they're called Blood Fiends, and luckily on my first playthrough I received some items from them. I received 2 weapons from these. One of those weapons was the one you can just see in the distance there. I'll pull out my telescope. So you see what it's doing with that spear? That evokes the Formless Mother. It's what Mohg's spear does when he plunges his spear into the body of the Formless Mother, and indeed that weapon reads that it's a ritual implement for blood offerings to the Formless Mother. At times the blood fiends will spill even their own blood using these forks. And if you want this weapon, it does scale with arcane, and it causes blood loss build-up as well. It's a spear. The blood fiends can also drop their arms, which are like a huge hammer that has an R2 that spurts out blood. On this character, we're gonna sneak past instead of fighting all of these guys. And up here is a new talisman that raises your arcane. It's called an Outer God's Heirloom. So I think this talks about the Blood Fiends, and it says, "The clan who lost everything in the great fires peered upon the corpse of their ancestor, normally an act of sanctity, and saw in its shadow a twisted deity." I'm assuming that's the Formless Mother. The clan had suffered such torment that the horrible thing was taken as an object of worship, and indeed, this clan are worshipping the Formless Mother now. Anyway, moving on. If you go a bit further west, you'll find another Erdtree fragment hidden in this guy's pot. Progressing to the east now, we can find this. It's not an enemy. It's one of Moore's forager brood. It gives you a cookbook that makes a fire resistance item, I believe. And the cookbook reads that it was shared out of kindness towards Moore and his kin. Remember, around here, there's another larval tier. If you come here at night, just look for the graves that glow blue. And speaking of the graves, I also found a spirit grave stone item nearby. It says that here, in places where the dead have been brought since antiquity, the oldest gravestones turn into spirits and then fade away. You can also find Cookbook 5 for the hefty lightning pot, and further up here is another painting. It's on this little precipice here. We know where this location for the painting is. A friend of mine, Jeremy Ray, a journalist I'm working on a review for The Shadow of the Erdtree with, he discovered that the location to find this bridge is here, I think. Basically, this is the bridge, and this is where the artist is. The item you get is a red shield that gives you some more fire resistance. And another thing, just look at this view for a second. I'm pretty sure that down there is the Cerulean coast that we just started to explore previously, and it looks like it opens up into a huge area. Insane. For now, we're going to drop down to the right there. But to get there, we have to loop around, not that way, but down here. I killed one of these a little bit later on, and it dropped a mask that is affixed with a crown of tangled horns worn by those who would invoke divinity. So, not too much information on these creatures just yet, except that they're probably related to the horn scent and the omen. Here's the Blessed Blue Dew talisman, a very interesting talisman because it slowly restores FP over time, which might remind you of a ring from Demon Souls. This is great if you really rely on your FP a lot. Here we get the Oath Seeker set and the Pater. We're here, by the way. The Pater is interesting in particular. This is a set of claws, but they're not like any claws you've seen in the base game. These are long, and while they still have the claws moveset, they're so long that they make up for the shortcoming of most claws. Also, if you hold it in one hand, it becomes a sort of longsword attack pattern, which is very cool. Anyway, progressing down here will take us back to the beginning, where we first started in the Land of Shadow, and I'm going to take this opportunity to show you one of the most hidden things in this area, which is to the right here, because I heard he was in the area, and I don't even know if I can find him now. He's that well hidden. So just look carefully in this forest and you should see him. Oh my god, there he is. Logur, the Beast Claw. Look at his face. It's gotta be like a Wolverine reference, right? He drops the Beast Claw, a new class of weapon that has just a crazy moveset. It puts regular claws to shame, honestly. Just look at this.
Hey.
Anyway, further to the north, down this hill, we find another church that has a Erdtree fragment, as well as a Black Knight who I believe has a guaranteed drop of his shield. And even further north is a little cave that holds a very interesting item, Marika's Blessing. So I heard about this item description secondhand from my preview session, and I got the description slightly wrong. It says it was created by Marika for Messmer's sake. She never made a second. And it just goes to show just how much she blessed Messmer, although this blessing was abandoned in a random cave in the end. So I'm gonna warp back to the entrance to Ballarat, but before I do, I want to note there is a solitary jail here. It has an NPC who drops a really cool armor set and a cool greatsword as well. The greatsword has a sort of wind slice ash of war. To start, there's a revered spirit ash at the entrance, and further in we find many more ghosts to fight. As you come up these stairs at the start, there's a well to the right, which we'll be able to explore later when we get a key. But for now, we're going to progress up here to a small private altar. From the small private altar, there's two paths. To the left, there's a locked door that leads to an old woman, so let's get the key for that. Basically, progress until you get to this ladder. The key to get to the old woman is right here, but there's another key just to cross that gap. To get there, go out to the left and jump on this rooftop, and then make this jump inside. This is the Well Depths key. Now we have the two keys required for two fairly secret parts of this area. Let's go back and explore them. So across this bridge from the small private altar, Side of Grace, is the place we can use the storeroom key. And it leads to this old woman.
Who art thou, stranger? By the look of thee, another of Messmer's peers, methinks. Tell me, does thy kind never weary grow? How do these old bones fascinate thee yet? Our lands were by thy cunning set aflame, our tower by thy kind veiled in shadow. Thou camest, robbing us of all, spoiling all. Have ye not basked in these deeds long enough? Listen, progeny of the righteous trumpet. Thy sins thou shalt have thy recompense. The sacred beast shall unleash its ire. Till then, with this old hag, do what thou wilt, for all the good it will do thee in the end. For what reason dost thou falter, villain? Enact thy sordid work with fullest pride. Else tuck away thy tail and leave for good. Loathsome issue of the rotten strumpet. Begone. These lands were ours since times of old.
There's more to talk about with her, but first we have to defeat the boss of this area. Let's explore the well that's at the very entrance. long story short, this well leads to a poison swamp where, on the left, you can fight an ulcerated tree spirit. If for some reason that sounds like fun to you, it drops an immunizing horn charm +2, which is very good for keeping you safe in the poison swamp. But maybe more interesting is a new weapon that's further along here. It's called the Poisoned Hand, and it has a weapon art that seems like it's good at grabbing enemies and inflicting them with poison, but beyond that it doesn't seem too strong, unless there's something I'm missing. If you defeat the Horned Warrior down here, there's a much more interesting weapon, and that's the Horned Warrior's Sword. It scales with strength and dex, and it's a blade that serves as a medium for horn calling, where tangled horns cover the weapon's blade and you drive the weapon into the ground, calling up a cluster of piercing horns. It's a curved sword. can wield in both hands. Quickly, this is its moveset, and this is its weapon art. It's cool because it appears on whatever enemy you're targeting, so very good in these situations. But that's it for this area. Go up this ladder and unlock the shortcut back to the beginning. From the small private altar site of grace, turn right after the staircase and you'll find one of Messmer's soldiers. So this guy was involved in the war against the Hornsent, and he was involved in the purge of all their people. And we know that this was a horrific war. This area is literally filled with little graves that seem to be erected to commemorate them. But even with all that, I feel like this guy's biggest crime is actually his haircut. It's a bowl cut. It looks like ridiculous. I mean, look at it.
My words, graceless heathen, thou shalt not evade the flame of Messmer.
He drops the Crusade insignia, which reads, "The warriors who fought in the Crusade set aside both honor and mercy to wantonly impale and scorch those deemed impure. Those who felt invigorated by each cry of death were the same men who were certain of the sanctity of the campaign." Shriek of sorrow. This is an Ash of War that increases your attack power when you're about to die. When you get to this section with the Gravebirds, turn around and down that way is a chamber filled with scorpions, and that's where you can find the Bone Bow. The Bone Bow imbues your arrows with homing properties when you use its Ash of War, and it's very good for building up status effects because pretty much every one of your arrows will guaranteed hit. Now, before we cross this bridge, I want to point out this because I need help and I don't know how to get down there. How do I get over there? I have tried and tried for a long time and I can't figure it out. Someone in the chat, please help me. Before you head up to the final boss, make sure you don't forget this final revered Spirit Ash. And then you're there, at the Divine Beast Dancing Lion.
O horn-decked beast from higher sphere delivered, take root inside the tower's sculpted keepers, and perched within, we beg of thee, rise. Dance and kavod, cleanse all and hold. Cruelty, woe, and those who plague the tower. Cleanse away this strumpet's fire.
just up this way is a tower that's wreathed in shadowy thorns. And like in the base game, these thorns prevent you from progressing any further. We've learned from these letters that this is the way that Mikola went. He was seeking something called the Gate of Divinity, and I assume maybe after we defeat Mesmer that we have to return here. Don't forget to pick up the revered Spirit Ash on the way. Let's finish on what this phantom has to say. O tower of ours hidden in shadow, O lofty spiral piercing the heavens, lead him safely unto greater godhood, and in divinity grant our salvation.
Oh, such a joy to smell the scent again. Does a sculpted keeper stand before me? Oh, as I felt the sacred beast's essence fade, a great anxiety welled up within. Forgive this old woman her foolish fears. 'Tis such relief I cannot express. After an eternity of the mind, our voices have at last reached the heavens, as evinced by thy gracious arrival. Oh, oh, oh. I implore, vessel of the sacred beast, have my son accompany thee to war, and dance thy dance of beauteous color. Take vengeance upon Mesmer and his lot. They who betrayed us, aye, they who burned us, let them face in thy wrath their just deserts. My song will I sing in service to thee. Dance and kavod, dance and kavod.
I'm willing to bet that as soon as you entered this place, you knew that we were going to get some answers in the shadow of the Erdtree.
That's what we're playing. It's this game now. This is a new video game. It just came out. It's called Holy Shit. It's called Fuck Off, Dickhead. What the hell was that? Little spin on it. I put a little spin on it. What do you think of that? Look at me. Look at me. I am the Carrion Knight now. Remembrance of Rolana, the Twin Moon Knight, hewn into the Erdtree. The power of its namesake can be unlocked by the Finger Reader. Alternatively, it can be used to gain a great bounty of runes. Once a Carrion princess, Rolana disavowed her birthright and chose to stand at Messmer's side instead, knowing full well that not even the brilliance of the moon could grant him succor. Before long, she became known as the Sword of Messmer. A Carrion princess, you say? Well, well, well. We all know what time it is. Rolana's Twin Blades. Moon and Fire Stance. 72 int for Rolana's Twin Moons. Incarnate overlapping twin moons which strike the ground one after the other, violently shaking the earth with moonlight. In her childhood, she and her elder sister Renala met these moons, overlapping as though nestled against one another. The jellyfish! Of course! Yeah! Let's go! The two jellyfish sisters promised that they would see the stars together, but one of them died. And the Sword of Night and Flame being in Carrion Manor, that starts to make a little sense. Carrion Light Greatsword embedded with blue glintstone, weapon of Rolana, the Twin Moon Knight. Two swords, a single armament. When two-handing a straight sword engraved with golden flame will be carried in the left hand. Here and here alone were moon and fire ever together. Assume ready stance, sword imbued with magic. Follow up with a normal attack to cast glintstone light waves, or a strong attack to perform a spinning attack that bathes the area with flame. Light waves can have up to 2 follow-up casts with additional inputs. All right, hold the phone. Hold the phone here. Hold the phone. Hold up. Hold the phone. That is so sick. Renala, head of the royal family of Caria, was said to have given her younger sister, who renounced her lineage to chase after Messemer, a gift of lustrous black hair. Somebody was asking if the Death Knight stuff was here. It does not appear to be here. Ornate armor of Rolana, the Twin Moon Knight, fashioned from silver steel, adorned with lapis lazuli blue that is symbolic of Caria. Its radiance is yet to fully fade. Holy shit. Alright. Look at my sick new helmet. One boss down. Oh my god. Oh my god. I just had a lore revelation, chat. I also just opened a beer, so cheers. One of you all donated some money last week before the DLC came out, or maybe it was this week, I don't remember. Anyway, and you were like, hey, this is for a 4-pack of the Founder's Backwoods Bastard beer. And I was like, bet. I love that beer. Nobody had it. I went to 2 different liquor stores. Nobody had it. But I did find a bourbon barrel tart cherry wheat beer. It just says Kentucky on it. So hopefully this is good. Let's see. Cheers. Yup. Holy shit, that's good. Let's go. Kind of has a weird aftertaste. You're gonna think I'm psychotic, but I know all of you know what I'm talking about. It has like a bloody aftertaste. Like it almost tastes like blood at the end there. Maybe that's not the most pleasant thing in the world. But, the beer itself is good. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah, chat. Hell yeah. I wonder how those pants look. They look good. The answer. They put a little border on the map somehow. It looks different. How the hell do you go to the Skidoo tree? Ah, R1. Show Shadow Realm map. Perfect. Perfect. I'm sorry, Amelia. I just read your chat to try the axes out while I had the faith. I've totally forgot about that. Alright, I'm curious about something. I don't know if I've been over here or not. So I marked it on the map. People trying to jump on the tree, I bet. Okay, I don't know what the hell that guy's doing. He's going for it. He's going for it. Oh. First splat. I had a lore revelation, chat. Renala, head of the royal family of Caria, was said to have given her younger sister, who renounced her lineage to chase after Messemer, a gift of lustrous black hair. Ask yourself, how did she do that? And then immediately remember what color hair all of her sweetlings are. Wing stance. Now, is that gonna only be for light greatswords? Because that would be crazy. Yep. Usable on light greatswords. Calmly assume a right-sided stance. Normal attack triggers a rapid 3/ combination. Strong attack triggers a leaping thrust. Imagine if I could put that on a fucking straight sword. Oh my god. It's fine though. It's fine. I'll happily put it on a light greatsword. And Renala can't do rebirth on people without turning them into like brain dead zombies. But it stands to reason that her sister, her twin sister, would be able to so funny seeing all the Vari masks, River of Blood ghosts. Or yeah, you're right. They're not twin sisters. Sorry, but it stands to reason that her sister would be able to like not lose her mind after that. And I don't mean lose her mind like go crazy. I mean like forget who she is, who she was. Like what happens to Bach if you send him. What the hell? Ainsis moon-gazing grounds. I'll be the judge of that. I'm a bit confused on what makes you think she did a rebirth on her sister. She gave her black hair. Everyone she does a rebirth on has black hair. I don't see no goddamn moon. Scadu
how nice.
Altus. The lock of hair that is part of the helmet is just hair that she cut off and gave her as ornamentation. Oh, yeah, that could be. Give me that Mario-ass mushroom right there. Let's check the wording on that. Yeah, a gift of lustrous black hair. So that's possible too. Erdtree. I abandon here my heart.
Hello again. Did you meet my compatriots? They're quite the congregation, from places as far and wide as you can imagine. Doubtless it'd have all come to blows at first glance, were it not for the charm kindly Miquella put upon us. This is what allows us to serve together, the work of a living god.
Ask about the horn scent.
Wondering about the horn scent, are you? True enough. In any other circumstance, he'd be at our throats. Long ago, Queen Marika commanded Sir Messmer to purge the Tower Folk, a cleansing by fire.
Tower Folk?
No wonder the horn scent holds the Erdtree in contempt. That aside, man is by nature a creature of conquest. And in this regard, the Tower Folk are no different. They were never saints. They just happened to be on the losing side of a war, but it's still a wretched shame.
Rich Anvils, welcome back. Thank you for 60 months. Holy shit, that's a lot of months.
Wondering about the horn, true enough? Long ago, Queen Marika commanded Sir Messmer to purge the Tower Folk, a cleansing by fire. It's no wonder the horn scent holds the Erdtree in contempt. That aside, man is by nature a creature of conquest, and in this regard, the Tower Folk they were never saints. They just happened to be on the losing side of a war, but it's still a wretched shame.
I found the site of a new cross. Take this. Miquella has said as much himself. He wishes now to throw it all away. He says, the one thou would be painful. We fear clean our trees want to see. A proof of his skill can be found at each cross, which is evidence enough to Go to the misshapen tree in Denver. In that forsaken place, blood must spill. Blood of your foes. The Erdtree paid for.
Check out homie's curved sword. Monk's Missive. May the best win.
How nice.
Letter with terse message and an illustration of a monk. A letter bearing a terse message and an illustration of a monk, his hands held together. Seek me to the east if you wish to pursue the way of the warrior. When you find me, you will challenge me to a bout. There is no need for words. Oh shit, he's on a horse. Uh-oh. Oh, wow. I'll be honest with you, though. Really? 2 hit points left? Not even close, if I'm being honest. Runaway horse never come back. The plateau occupied by Messmer's army that peers towards the Erdtree to the northeast, named after its counterpart in the realm of the Erdtree. At its center lies the Shadow Keep. Oh, come on, what is this? Just now noticing it looks like he has one part of a great shield that goes to another part. It looks like he's got a right hand part in his left hand. That makes sense. Yeah, it looks like the doors. Come on, baby, light my fire. the wrong foot? Yeah, I was way too early, but kind of lost track there. I'm out. I don't know what this is. Jet.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I thought it staggered him. Might be dead. Yeah. You have to stance break them a couple times, Artie. You have to. They're almost like Fire Giant. Like, you got to break that shit a couple times. Yeah, as long as you're far enough away and it's not the explosion that, like, has the huge AoE, you can jump over the fire. I see you with your dope-ass twin blade. The never stop swinging man. Black Knight armor, let's go. Worn by Black Knights, servants of Mesmer the Impaler. Though the engraving above the heart is a Erdtree design, it is etched in gold, a small consolation to those forced to wage a war without grace or honor. That's not knocked down yet, okay. Oh boy. Come on, come on, come on. Yes. Eat shit, you dumb son of a bitch. Oh. Crimson Burst. Steadily restores HP of nearby allies for a time. Has no effect on the imbiber. Dude. Imagine doing the Radon fight. Imagine doing the Radon fight and summoning up all your homies. Mesmer's Soldier's Axe. Steel axe worn from use. A favorite of those who lost themselves utterly in their lord's war. Capable of performing powerful charge attacks. You know who that'd be good for? The sniper. Ganker physic. Oh my god, yeah. all the gankers running that physic. Imagine the nightmare, chat. You know what this headless carrion troll knight makes me think of? I'll tell you because you were going to ask. What, Saint? What does it make you think of? Makes me think of the imbued key Sisters Belfry. Little action for you, chat. Oh, that's a neat follow-up R2. I don't know if it's unique, because I've never fucked with axes, but I'm imagining that that's unique. Shit. I knew that would happen. I was hoping it would fuck him up, though. It did not fuck him up, though. I have got to fix this fat roll that we have going on right now. I'm not sure what... It's crazy to me that like every now and then I just get hit with this like, oh yeah, I'm playing new Elden Ring. You know what I'm saying? Does that make sense? It's like it hasn't totally sunk in yet. Ancient ruins of Ra. Damn, I'm not getting across that way. What the hell is that? Sort of Nightmare Man? Whoa. Ah! Okay. Okay. That totally makes sense. Holy shit. God dang, I was hoping for the map fragment, but according to this, the map fragment isn't even on this thing. It's down below because it is like off. Obviously, I want to jump down and see if I can like make my way around all this stuff somehow. But before I try that, I would like to find a site of grace. I think there was like a ruin back there beyond the Nightmare Man. That Crucible King, whatever the fuck that thing was. Beast Horn ×2. Found by hunting horned beasts of the realm of shadow. The Crucible has a particularly strong influence on the beasts of the realm of shadow, causing many to grow horns despite the characteristics of their species. It is suffused with spirituality. Verdigris Discus. Kind of looks like the moon of Noxtella a little bit. Raises defense with higher equipment load. The corroded metal known for its heft. Great weight makes for great strength, the strength to protect others. Oh shit. Yo, that's fucking insane. Oh, chat. I cannot. How the hell do you... I'm afraid that if I die, it's gonna teleport me back. Oh. Oh, I thought maybe that was a spirit spring summon thing, but... not. It's just the waves, or sorry, the mist coming off the waterfall. Oh, there's a wall there. That's lame. Sad. It could be like the Fair Missoula Belfry in the base game that only shows you a small portion. Yeah, actually, that would make a lot of sense, wouldn't it? The belfries that you can visit only show you like a small portion of the area that they take you to. A blessed bone shard. Exceedingly rare to find. The bone fragment touched by the gold of the skidoo tree, broken from the remains of the warriors who perished in the realm of shadow. A blessing such as this is said to be the greatest honor that can be granted to the dead. Church of the Crusade.
Those stripped of the grace of gold shall all meet death in the embrace of Messmer's flame.
Invaded by Fire Knight Queline. That's Nino. Crazy that Nino's back.
Those stripped of the grace of gold shall all meet death in the embrace of Messmer's flame. Thou shalt not avoid the flame of Messmer.
Crusade insignia. Raises attack power after defeating an enemy. Talisman depicting a raised spear on a backdrop of flames. In remembrance of the lives lost in the Sacred Crusade led by Messmer. Raises attack power after defeating an enemy. The warriors who fought in the crusade set aside both honor and mercy to wantonly impale and scorch those deemed impure. Those who felt invigorated by each cry of death were the same men who were certain of the sanctity of the campaign. Ember of Mesmer. Serpentine cord-like ember, material used for crafting items, mainly found in Skadu Altus, a remnant of Mesmer's flame, the symbol of the crusade. It continues to smolder as if crawling across the ground. Lots of horseback dudes. I knew this would be something cool. Morth Ruins. I abandon here the flesh of my body. Is this that monk that wants to fight? Said no words would be necessary. Uh-oh. Hope I didn't fuck that up. Let's try the emote. Dryleaf Dane. Pinko. I don't think you need int faith to cast that first ring, that first discus. I think you can just cast it. Dryleaf Arts. Dane's Hat. The sun-faded and lightly soiled hat of Dryleaf Dane, worn low over the eyes, it obscures the wearer's vision. Meeting the gaze of another can overcome the senses, often leading to the downfall of those who would walk the noble and solitary seeker's path. A technique for hand-to-hand combat without the aid of a weapon. This martial art combines fist strikes and kicks. The teachings of a group of spiritual seekers known as the Dryleaf Sect, revealed only to those of worthy valor and character. The practice of this martial art marks the dawn of an ascetic's journey. Palm Blast, skill of the spiritual seekers known as the Dryleaf Sect, imbues hand with energy before using a palm strike to unleash an explosive blast. The already formidable power and impact can be bolstered by charging the attack. Yeah, it does appear to be infusible, yeah. I have not found my Lothric Knight Sword yet, no. I have found some pretty sick, light greatswords, though. Shattered Stone Talisman. Something tells me this is going to be the do more poise damage. Oh no, raises potency of kicking and stomping skills. Shattered Linchpin Stone. Linchpin stones are spiritual anchors said to hold the ground in place and quell the fury of earthquakes. When this one shattered, the surrounding town fell into the broken earth. One account claimed that the moon itself had come tumbling down. Well, that would make sense based off what we had just saw. Oh. Hello. I remember you from the art. I have no idea what the hell you are. Please stay far away from me. Jars! Jarberg too. Shadow Sunflower. A large flower that blooms facing the Erdtree. These flowers, veiled in shadow and covered in impenetrable thorns, are suffused with profound holiness, much akin to the Erdtree itself. Jarberg 2. This time, it's preserves. Jarberg 2.
Hey!
Jamalama. Don't be mad at me. I didn't bother you. I am a friend to the worms. Headless America. Oh, and a flower. Perfumers. Heal from afar. Is that gonna be like projected heal from Dark Souls 3? Greatly heals HP for distant allies the spell reaches. An Erdtree incantation discovered in the realm of shadow. Fires a projectile toward distant allies that greatly restores HP on contact. Even when far beyond, far out of sight, the Erdtree will surely give us its blessing. I'm not sure which way I came from. I think I came from this direction. Yeah. I'm the healing sniper. Oh, this looks fun. This looks fun, chat. Oh boy. All right. We have found a swamp. We all know it. We all know what time it is. Well, it was bound to happen eventually. It's swamp time. Now, obviously, I could just try and ride Torrent through the swamp, but let's at least see what the hell it is. That looks like poison? I had to guess, I would say it's rapid poison. Some absolute Blight Town shit. Whoa. Let's check. Toxic mossling. That's pretty good poison. I don't know if it's rapid poison or not, but it's pretty good poison. Material used for crafting items. Large moss animal glutted with poison. Found in poison swamps. Round and plump like a darling infant. Ugh. Miyazaki, why are you like this? Also, that man just put 100 birds in the poison swamp. These chocobo crossovers are getting dangerous. The From Software chocobo. Grave bird anklets. Finally gonna get some death bird lore. I'm gonna use my sword while it's still got the buff before I read that. Uh-oh. Blue Cuckoo, I am loving it. Alright, it looks like we've cleared out all the birds. And my sword is debuffed, so let's take a look here. Stone anklets with a tinge of green. One of a set of armor pieces cast in the image of the grave bird. Grave birds are ancient golems, created to guard the spirit graves built where all manners of death ultimately drift. I have found some new weapon types. I found the light greatsword, a dual-wield light greatsword, the dual-wield reverse curved sword, the karate fist, I think that's it. The light great sword and the great light sword. I think it's daylight outside, chat. It has been 8 hours. Holy shit. Now, we've probably only been playing the DLC for about like 6.5. On account of that first hour we had to wait for it to come, or like hour and a half we had to wait for the DLC to come out, but 6.5 hours, and I feel like I've still barely scratched the surface. It's absolutely wild. Who is that guy, chat? Who is that guy? Yeah, that's probably Bud. I have no beef with you, Shadow Man. If you're chill, I'm chill. Oh, it's another one of those ash things. I haven't used the one I have yet. Revered Spirit Ash. Welcome to the Church of Bud. I'm Bud. How in the hell do I get up there? Yeah, it appears to be a kind of a puzzle. Aha! Shadow Dog. I have no beef with you. This is the second time this DLC has given me... Oh, shit. It's Bud, chat. It's Bud time. And bad mistakes. I've made a few. I see you from software. I see you putting that shoulder check in the game. You've been listening to me, haven't you? Uh-oh. Oh boy. Fuck off! Bud, I am sick of your shit. Horned Warrior Helm. Gotta be heavy as hell, I bet. Oh, it's not. Helm featuring a crown of sturdy, tangled horns, allowing the wearer to invoke divinity. Attire of the Horned Warriors, keeper of the tower. Divine invocation bolsters the strength of the wearer, but causes the blessing of the Erdtree to become nauseating, reducing the restorative effects of drinking from a flask of sacred tears. Focus is also troubled by wearing this helm. So, holy shit. +5 strength. Yo, Peeve! Welcome in, Raiders. Everglass, Ashen Saint. Welcome in. New folks, I apologize. I have followers only turned on at the moment. Just so I can not be beset upon by questions that, one, I don't know the answer to, and two, will only spoil things for me. Ribbon. Had to take a break because my head was hurting. Playing too much? Or unrelated headache? Also, Hoosier. Good evening. Good evening. Listen to me. It's 6:30 in the morning. Good morning. Sorry. I started streaming last night around like 10-ish. And we've been going nonstop. They just released a second game and called it DLC. Yeah, it's I feel like I have barely scratched the surface of it. Two-handed sword talisman. Uh-oh. 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 Enhances attacks with two-handed weapons. The horned warriors were fitting figureheads for the military might of the tower they kept watch over, their deft attacks slashing through any and all foes. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. You're two-handing right now. Yeah. Yeah, I am. And so I said, you know what I'll do? I'm not going to fast travel for my first playthrough. No fast travel allowed. The next thing that happened is I got teleported to Caelid before I talked to Melina. So I did not have Torrent. And I did not have the ability to level up. And I was just stuck in Caelid without fast travel. And it was hilarious. So I have brought back the no he's a pathological liar. Yeah, for real. I have brought back the no fast travel rule for the DLC. Now obviously, like, I have to fast travel to go back to the round table hold, but like, oh, these are chunky dudes. Big time chunk masters. Big time chunk masters. And they're red. Red is the devil. Looks like some Scarlet Aeonia getting ready to bloom. Okay, chat, let's check it out. The item description said these things were golems. Are they? Doesn't look like it. Shh. Damn it. I swear to God, man. I feel like I'm doing something wrong. We came this way to get a map fragment. We got the map fragment. I feel like I was supposed to go back. I feel like we weren't supposed to keep going this way. Oh, let's go. I hear you. Where are you, Scarab? And please be a cool Scarab and not a flask Scarab. Sounds like it's ahead of me. The problem is I have a hard time believing it could be. Behind that building. I have a hard time believing it's all the way over there and I'm hearing it. Excuse me. Oh Oh, yeah. Get that ass whipped. Two preserving boluses. Yeah, that was worth. For sure. Oh my god. Is that another one of those Demon Joes? Is that a Bud or a Demon Joe? That's a Bud. But maybe Bud and Demon Joe are one and the same. Because this Bud is using two weapons like Demon Joe was. Alright, calm it down, Champ Gundyr. Also, what's his name from Dark Souls 2? Vengarl. Who's Dryleaf Dane? That's the guy that sold me weed in high school. Okay, what the fuck? What is this? Nothing normal can ever happen in this fucking game. It's always got to be some new fucking scorpion spider with its friends, and one of them has wings. Holy God. I don't know if any of you have read the item descriptions for the God of Rot, but it had a scorpion stinger. So obviously that's where my thoughts have gone. Scorpion liver. We'll read that in just a second. Try and use my sword while it still has its buff. Please. Please. Oh, please. They're huge, but their damage isn't insane. Thank God. Fresh organ of a spider scorpion. It is referred to as liver, but no one is quite sure of its purpose. A delicacy known for its numbing toxins. Oh shit, we forgot about this sick armor. Holy shit, chat. This armor was in the leaked trailer. You guys remember the leaked trailer? Had this armor in it. Stone armor with a tinge of green. One of a set of armor pieces cast in the image of the grave bird. It enhances jump attacks. Sherzay, I typically, I wouldn't mind, like, we beat a boss earlier, right? I wouldn't mind people in chat, you know, being able to talk about that. Because obviously it's been on stream. Maybe after, like, a massive raid. You know, some people haven't seen it, so maybe we... Ain't no way that's a fucking bear that big. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. What are you talking about? Who makes a bear this big? An omen bear. Good God. Brother. Fuck me up. Oh. Okay. It's a red bear. Like the Red Wolves of Radigan. But in bear form. Brother, that's about what I expected. I thought, there you go. Oh, you do have attacks? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. I thought you only ran away 500 feet. I thought you only ran away 500 feet and then would do a lunge attack. You have normal attacks? Oh, wow! Idiot. Why am I... Oh, Jesus Christ. Excuse me. What the hell happened? Why did it get a buff? Don't answer that. I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. Snack Vessel, good morning. Yeah, all questions are rhetorical until stated otherwise. I just want to get back to this goddamn bear and try and get it to attack me and not... I run away! I run away! Lunge! Lunge! I'm running away! Weak-ass bear. Okay, normal. Makes sense. That's regular. Forgot about this thing. Oh. Is that rot? Or is that bleed? God damn it. The poison flower blooms twice. It looks like a drop kick. Is that rot or bleed? Let's find out. I think it's rot. Got pustules. Yeah, bleed is a tear. So yeah, this is rot. Oh my god, go faster. Yeah. Usable on all melee armaments. The poison flower blooms twice, conjures a stinger of scarlet rot from below to stab the enemy. Landing a follow-up attack on a foe already inflicted with poison or rot deals massive damage in one fell swoop. Okay, so it's poison, moth, flight, rot, the drop kick. Oh shit, you respawn? Alright. Let's go. Jesus Christ. Horned warrior armor. Okay, so you're telling me that those aren't guaranteed drops? I wonder if the helmet's a guaranteed drop, because I got it on the first fucking try. The ochre fabric is draped over a chest piece made to resemble the unclothed form of a hero from older times. There he is. Coming for you, bear. Better have some moves besides lunging at me. He's got moves. No. Who gave you that Malekith shit? Oh, he's got so much Malekith shit. Oh, God, what is that? Drink, you fool, drink! Oh my God, that was so close. Please. That damage is normal, you think? You think that's normal damage? God damn it. Holy shit. Roar of Regalia. That's got to be an incantation, right? It's Malekithy. Yeah. Yeah. Interesting that Black Flame and Beast stuff is all together. Channels Great Red Bear to emit a furious roar. 14 faith. An incantation of what is jokingly called the Bear Communion. I wonder if they saw us making jokes about that and they were like, that's pretty funny actually. Transforms oneself into a great red bear and emit a mighty roar. Charging increases potency. An incantation that is more akin to the divine invocation of the horn scent than it is to dragon communion. Only through desperate battle with the feral wild can one discover a god unique to oneself. Oh no, oh no, oh no! Stop. Avert your gaze from me. I beg, look away. Ah! Scorpion River Catacomb. Excellent voice acting, Saint. 10,000 out of 10. I would have gone for it, but it's early ass in the morning and people in the house are asleep, so. I have the entire upstairs to myself, but there are people like directly below me, you know? Oh shit, it's Cannon Mouth. Is that a two-headed imp? Nope, that is a basilisk, and I'm guessing it's a basilisk trap. What the hell? Oh, just by looking at me. Just by looking at me. Please avert your gaze. Right. Okay, that didn't work. I wonder if this sneaky talisman works here. Hello, I am of no danger to you. I am simply the moving casket. The moving casket is of no danger to you. Please do not fear the moving casket. Can't believe that worked. I mean, did it? It only kind of worked. Oh. They have gone seriously insane with this level layout for these dungeons. Oh my god, yes, I know, game, I know. You can't use this weapon if you're not two-handing. Okay, hey, is this a two-handed weapon that must be used two-handed? Yeah. Okay, then what should you not bother telling me? In your face, boy. Black Knight Captain Who? Pew. The Black Knights were the primary force of Messmer's army. Second to their first knight commander was Who? A man with agile command of both twin blade techniques and the powers of the Crucible, and whose spirit in these ashes dwells. Though a champion of the divine beast hunt, he followed his father, Andreas, into rebellion against Mesmer, and like his father, he too was imprisoned in an underground tomb. Mesmer mourned the loss of a brother in arms. I fucked up. Yep. I can't believe the thing that we have found that works the best is the Mimic Veil. It's honestly kind of hilarious. Well, I'm just a candle, no need to be worried about me, the candle. I call myself the candle, and I'm walking so slowly, just a minding my business, just like a candle always does when he's hanging out in dungeons. Oh, my name is Candle, and you don't have to kill me. Idiot. I wonder if I could get over there. Realize. What in the fuck is anything? What? Hey guys, I'm gonna end it here. I've been streaming for I'm almost 8 hours, 7 hours, 30 minutes. It's just this part left to go. I'll probably be done with this tomorrow. And then we can do UV unwrap. And then test bake. See how that goes. Take care. Good night, good morning.